Tommy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can anybody else hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Lynn, can you hear me?
I can. I just can't see y'all.
This is Mary Stewart. I'm one of the panel members, and we would ask that those of you that are participating online, if you would mute your mics unless you're speaking. Thank you. We want to welcome everyone to the board hearings, but we want to take just a minute just before we start, and I'm going to ask Ms. Shirley Jackson if she would lead us in a moment of silence and prayer. Thank you.
Good morning. If you will, please bow your heads. Gracious Father, we come to you this morning thanking you for allowing us to see another beautiful day. Even though there's mist of water, those are tears of the angels in heaven that want to make sure that we understand that we are vulnerable. Dear Lord, please make sure that we are following the guidelines of the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We will adhere to all the rules and regulations that are applied to us. Jesus, protect those in the public because they're the ones also that are vulnerable. It's our goal to make sure that the public is protected. The minds and hearts of all the participants and the panel members that are here, along with the attorneys and the Attorney General, our judge, to make sure that we're covered and safe. In Jesus' name, I do pray. Amen.
Thank you. Let me give you, just for those of you joining, a little information about the board. The board is made up of 13 members. There are 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician member, and 1 consumer member. We are today a 3-member panel of the board, with one of the 4 here will be serving as an alternate. The alternate will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. I want to take a moment to introduce our board members. To my left, Ms. Nancy Johnson, she's an LPN member. To my right, Dr. Teresa Stanford, she is an advanced practice member, and Ms. Shirley Jackson, an LPN member. We also have, we are fortunate to have the Honorable Edward Wiggins Jr., who is Special Assistant Attorney General, who will be our hearing officer today. And I will turn this over to him.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. This morning before the board, we have our first matter, license number R875430. Is the licensee present? If you are present, I think you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Starlyn May, M-A-Y. I go by Lynn, L-Y-N-N.
Okay, thank you. I understand you are represented by counsel. Is Mr. Thomas Alonzo present?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. At this time, I will ask that all witnesses be sworn in for this matter.
Yes, Ms. Tawanda Jones and Ms. Starlyn May.
Would you both raise your right hands to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. This morning, we will have opening statements. We'll, of course, have arguments from both sides. The board panel will have an opportunity to ask questions. We have established that a quorum is present. I'd like to remind everyone that these proceedings are open to the public. Council, do we have any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
I think Mr. Alonso does. The state would only want to move exhibits being admitted, but I believe Mr. Alonso has a preliminary matter.
Right.
Mr. Alonso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, sir. Thomas Alonso here on behalf of Starlin May. I believe we have an agreement, an offer. We've been working with Ms. Thompson like we've done in the past. And we have a signed agreement. Lynn, did you sign the agreement?
I'm trying to sign it on my phone, like I do all my contracts, and it's not letting me sign it on my phone for some reason. So guess I'm gonna have to print it off. I'm
Okay.
trying to sign it.
So you guess you're gonna have to print it out. Did you print it out and sign it? Why haven't you printed it out and signed it? Sir, I'm sorry to be taking up y'all's time, board members. But we had discussed this late until the night, and I thought she had signed it and forwarded it to my office, and I was gonna send it to Ms. Thompson. In any event, we're moving to continue this matter for 15 minutes so she can get the signed document over to Ms. Thompson, accepting her prior offer of yesterday. Then, can you print it out and send it to
Hey,
me?
Mr.
And I'll-
Alonso,
Yes,
Mr. Alonso, are you saying you're making a motion for a 15-minute continuance?
yes, Your Honor. Yes, Judge. Yes.
Okay, Ms. May, do you have an objection or response?
Yes, I do have an objection and I do have a response. Certainly, this matter has been continued twice previously so that Ms. May could obtain an assessment and evaluation for substance use disorder. We have a statement, I'm not sure I would call it an evaluation, finally from Ms. May, from an evaluator in Nebraska that subsequently was not a Nebraska approved Board of Nursing evaluator. In the midst of obtaining that information, certainly there was an offer made to Ms. May months ago, and then there was a rejection of that offer. And then at the 8th hour or 9th hour yesterday evening, late afternoon, there was a text message from Mr. Alonso to me stating that Ms. May would enter into the original agreement. My response this morning, because again, it has to be notarized, has to be signed. Mr. Alonso and I have worked on issues in the past. And I texted him this morning at 7:30 and I said specifically, deed settlement by 8 a.m. We are still scheduled for hearing promptly at 8:30. Thank you. So today, Ms. May, giving her statement before this panel, has not or is not able to have it notarized. And so now we're asking for a 15-minute continuance, have it notarized. I've not reviewed it to sign to make sure it was the terms. The board panel certainly has not had the opportunity to review it. It is now, 8:51. And quite frankly, I'm of the opinion that we proceed, given the fact Mr. Alonso did receive all exhibits. He did have notice of any information he could provide. He did provide exhibits to hear before the panel. And quite honestly, this is a unprofessional, disrespectful act before this panel. And so the state would object and move that the hearing be allowed to continue.
May I respond to that, sir?
Certainly.
Well, I've worked with Ms. Thompson before in the past, and this is new doing this by Zoom. So I was unsure. I thought that we were going to go on the record at 8:30 and communicate to the board we had an agreement, and then we would work out the facts. And we've done that before with Ms. Thompson about a year back, or something similar to that. So I do not mean to disrespect the board at all. I think my client was having a hard time accepting what the offer Ms. Thompson had made. However, the offer was made at about 6 o'clock. We communicated to Ms. Thompson, we have an agreement, which we do. We have an agreement. We have a confirmed agreement. A second stipulation was apparently forwarded to my office, and Ms. Thompson is correct. She did. This morning at 8 o'clock, she sent me something with an additional term to the agreement indicating it had to be done by 8:30. And Ms. Thompson always tells the truth. There's no doubt about that. But I did not see that until this morning. Otherwise, I would have probably gotten up and gotten it done at 6 o'clock this morning, but I did not see that. So The additional term, I don't know if you can tag that on. We've accepted it, as I understand it. Ms. May, you have signed the document. Have you signed the agreement or the offer made by the state to you? Have you signed it?
I was trying to sign it on my phone. There are no notaries after 7:00 PM. There are no notaries until 9:00 AM.
Okay.
I can't sign it on my phone. It's not like any kind of contract I've ever signed before where you can sign it on your phone.
Okay, and also, sir, I would just point out that
Lynn.
Ms. Thompson, no, I'm talking. So Ms. Thompson's need to review the conditions. Conditions are exactly what she proposed. We didn't make any amendments. We never make any amendments to her documents. So what was laid out to us by Ms. Thompson has been accepted. It's just a matter of getting it to the board in the appropriate. And I would assume the board has other matters which are, this offer has been accepted, so we feel like we have an agreement. Now, if that's not going to be the decision of the board, I'm moving to continue the matter completely, because based upon the representations made last night, I felt an agreement. We felt like we were not going to trial, and I am not prepared to proceed to the trial under these conditions. We have an agreement with the board to accept Ms. Thompson's initial offer. It has been accepted.
Can I make one more response or
Ms. May,
very quick, briefly? If the board entertains continuance, I would just add that I would move that Ms. May's license be suspended until the time for hearing, given that we have asked continuously for them to provide us the information and have been gracious to give them to continuances. I don't know what else we can do. It is not up to the board for the panel nor myself to negotiate between attorney and client those communications. And it seems to me they're using this forum today to conduct client-attorney business, and that is not appropriate.
Well, just for the record, Ms. May has granted us 2 continuances, and she's, as always, has acted very professional in this matter. For whatever reason, my client had difficulty accepting 2 years which was being offered. She came to that conclusion after long discussions last night, and apparently she's trying to accept the offer from the state as we stand. So I would like maybe a 30-day
Because I've
continuance.
officially lost my job and I'm unemployed now, and I'm not guilty. There's your reasonings. I am unemployed. I have lost my job.
Mr. Alonso.
Yes, sir.
Would you please instruct your client to let you speak on her behalf at this time?
Yes, sir. Ms. May, Ms.
Okay,
Ms.
now
May,
it is my understanding that we have pending a motion for continuance from you, Mr. Alonso. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And from Ms. May, we have a motion to suspend the license of the licensee pending an agreement regarding the ASP that allegedly has been entered into.
I think to clarify, my motion is, should the board consider continuing? And again, I object to that. If there is a continuance, the state would just amend and hope that the board panel would suspend their license until the next setting. But again, let me be clear, I do object, state would object to the continuance.
Okay,
Sir,
Mr. Alonso, have you had any prior continuances in this matter?
Ms. Thompson, I think Ms. Thompson granted us 2 continuances before because we were trying to get an evaluation done in Texas. That evaluation was done. So yes, sir, to answer your question, yes, sir, I have. Now, as far as the suspending her license, I would note this woman's been on a nurse.
Mr. Alonso,
Yes, sir.
based on your response and according to the rules of this regulations of this board, you're only entitled to 2 continuances. So your motion for continuance is denied. Now,
Ms.
as it
Thompson,
relates to-
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, it appears to me that there has been proper notice, service regarding this matter.
There's no notary open last night. I couldn't get it notarized.
Ms. May?
Ms. May,
Ms.
you
May,
need to let me
please
speak on your
respect the
behalf.
proceedings of this.
Done.
Please respect the proceedings of this board
Done.
panel. Mr. Alonso,
Yes, sir.
again, according to what I have before me, it appears there was proper notice. And it was a matter of you getting this document signed from your client. At this time, I'm inclined to move forward with this proceeding based on that.
Well, sir, the problem was that we felt like we had an agreement last night, and then there was an additional condition added this morning to have the agreement there notarized by 8 o'clock. I was unaware of that additional, so I did not receive proper notice of that condition of the offer. Otherwise, the state's offer was accepted. I believe under any type of law interpretation, contract-wise, if an offer is made and it's accepted, we have an agreement. You can't tack on additional conditions after the acceptance. So I communicated to Ms. Thompson last night at about 6:15, I believe, that we had accepted her terms of the offer. So that's where we stand.
Respond to that, and no, that is untrue. That certainly if there is an acceptance and agreement, then there was never a continuance on the table for this hearing not to proceed. And it was clear to me, and I felt clear to Mr. Alonso, that I would not entertain another continuance. So I think that's a whole separate matter in and of itself. The responsibility to get the document for the board's review is Mr. Alonso and Ms. May. Again, they're inserting client attorney business into the board panel's business, and that's not acceptable.
Well, I will say this, counsel. This is not the forum for negotiations regarding settlement. Any of those discussions should have been taken care of and resolved prior to the time scheduled for the hearing this morning. Again, the motion for continuance is denied. I, along with this board panel, is prepared to proceed. So you let us know how you want to proceed.
We'll proceed with under the objection as noted. I don't see where we have any alternative. So just so the record is clear, what occurred here. Ms. Thompson and I had a series of negotiations that we thought we had come to an agreement last night. The issue of notarization, getting it there before 8 o'clock, never was put on my desk until this morning, unbeknownst to me by text. And now I learned this morning at 8:15 that we were going to proceed to trial when I thought we had an agreed. The reason we're talking about the agreement, because if we have an agreement, there is no trial. So of course I assume because we had an agreement, as any logical, reasonable person would assume, that if an attorney, this is how I practice law, and this is how I practice law for 30 years. What's appropriate is if one says something, one stands by their word. If one says, I'm going to let you accept this offer and you can accept it, and then the next morning when you wake up, they've changed and added conditions, that's not appropriate. That's inappropriate conduct. That's inappropriate way to act or in any tribunal or any court. With that understanding, we will proceed. We have no choice, but just we're going to
Mr.
proceed.
Alonso,
Yes.
Mr. Alonso, your position is noted. The witnesses have been sworn. We will begin now with opening statements.
And prior to opening statements, sir, may I move as the state to admit exhibits B1 through B6 and R1 through R3?
We would object to that. Yes, we object to all exhibits.
So noted in the record.
And my response would be, what are the stated objections specifically? Because we are administrative forum and we are not bound by the rules of evidence. So exhibits B1 through B16, as well as R1 through R3, which had been previously sent to Mr. Alonso with no objection, the state would just respond that these exhibits should be duly admitted.
We're objecting to the introduction of any exhibits whatsoever. I don't know that I need to be cross-examined by the prosecutor about the reason for my objections. I'm objecting to them. I don't know what they are. Number one, which is going, is she has to move to introduce them. She has to lay a foundation. She has to authenticate the documents. And then those are I've seen no introduction yet.
Mr. Alonso, have you provided exhibits in this matter?
I have been provided exhibits. Yes.
No, have you provided exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Are you objecting to your own exhibits?
No, I'm objecting to the state's exhibits.
Do I need to provide an email showing the distribution of all exhibits to Mr. Alonso at this time? I do not have that as an exhibit, but I would be happy to if I need to do so.
I think that would be good for the record, council.
No, we have received the exhibits, Your Honor. I think there's an issue here. I'm sorry. I'm not saying I didn't receive them. I'm objecting to their authenticity until they're introduced appropriately.
There should be a notary open now.
You're way past that, Miss May. Too late for that.
Yeah.
If that's the case, what I ask you just go through the process.
Sorry.
Just go through the process of authenticating your document.
Okay. Yes, 2/9/2021 at 3:15 PM. 2/9/2021 at 3:15 PM, all exhibits were sent to Mr. Alonso. And previous to that, rules of procedure 2825, as well as the emergency rule 1.13 were additionally sent. The exhibits that he supplied the board were marked R1 through R3. And I do have emails to provide the panel and would just ask I could supplement that accordingly.
We can stipulate that those exhibits were sent to me. I will stipulate to that. They were sent to my office.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Ms. May, what were you saying?
I'm sorry, Tommy, what are you stipulating to?
That you sent me the exhibits. I agree that those were sent to my office. All exhibits that you have listed were sent to my office.
So is it the board's understanding that to admit into evidence, the computer printout, the Mississippi Board of Nursing licensure verification, nurses printout, those should be accepted under judicial notice? Those are printouts that should the public request licensure information, we would certainly provide. So those exhibits should be by judicial notice, as well as B5, given the fact that we, Mr. Alonso is aware, and so is Ms. May, of the charges of the hearing and the notice, provided their appearance today and providing their vehemence to moving forward to this hearing. So B1 through B5 should be admitted by those grounds.
Okay, just for the record, that notice of the hearing, I think was vitiated by the fact that we had an agreement as to an offer made by the state. So any notice prior to that agreement would be irrelevant. I didn't think we were
We have
going to.
nothing signed. We have nothing signed, so we have no agreement. You know, we have nothing to provide the board, nor do I have anything to
No,
review.
we do have.
So,
an agreement. I communicated to you that your agreement was accepted, so.
Mr. Alonso, as I understand it, we don't have a signed agreement from the parties. Because of that, I don't even have anything to present to the panel for them to review regarding an agreement. So with that in mind, I don't see where an agreement is in place, and we'll go ahead and admit those exhibits. Give me those exhibits again, counsel.
B1 through B5, and I have a witness that can provide information from B6 to B14.
Well, let me stop you there. B1 through B5 will be admitted through judicial notice. You may proceed.
Okay, B4, excuse me, that might not be. B15 should be admitted again by judicial notice, given that Mr. Alonso signed, as well as myself, acknowledging the continuances for this matter. So B15 should be admitted.
We've stipulated that it continues to work granted. We have two prior continuances, so we have no objection to that particular document.
So I will renew, the state will renew its original objection, original motion. The motion by the state is this, that exhibits B1 through B5 be admitted into the record for judicial notice. B6, of course, through B14 can be authenticated and entered into evidence by witness. B15 should be admitted on same premise. There is an acknowledgement by Mr. Alonso with those continuances as we are here today, judicial notice. And B16 as well from a witness. The state would not offer that exhibits R1 through R3 be admitted.
We will reserve all objections to as the exhibits are introduced, as indicated. We have received copies of those exhibits. I think what we're getting to, so we're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alonso. Then with the record will reflect that. Mr. Alonso, you may proceed with the opening statement.
I'm ready to proceed.
You have the floor.
We have introduced exhibits in this matter. My client has been a nurse for approximately, I think, since 2006. She has one test that came back with an issue on it, and that's pretty much why we're here today. My client, Star Lynn May, will testify about that exhibit. She will also testify about her history of working. You will learn that she's a very hardworking nurse, and all she wants to do is keep the present job that she has. So we are ready to proceed.
Thank you, sir. Ms. May.
Yes, we're here today on the allegation that Ms. May did indeed violate the Nurse Practice Act, specifically that she committed unprofessional conduct, was possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, as well as demonstrated unprofessional conduct in that she violated the confidentiality of information or knowledge concerning a patient. The state will provide evidence and testimony today that on May 10, 2019, the respondent, Ms. May, had a hydrocodone APAP blister pack found in her car in plain sight belonging to a patient in the facility in which she worked. The evidence and testimony will also show that on the same day, respondent submitted to a reasonable suspicion drug screen, the results of which confirmed positive for morphine. The board panel will have the evidence and testimony to confirm those allegations to show that Ms. May is indeed in violation of the Nurse Practice Act.
Thank you, Ms. May. Mr. Alonso, you may call your witness.
Ms. May, state your name for the record, please.
Star Lynn May.
Ms. May, tell me where you're from. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Byram,
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Byram High School,
When did you graduate from high school?
88.
So you got into the nursing profession. When did that occur?
I got licensed in 2006,
And where did you go to nursing school?
University of West Alabama.
Okay. And what was the program? That was a 2-year program or a 4-year program?
I have a bachelor's, but that was a two-year RN program.
Well, tell me about your educational background. What is your bachelor's degree in?
Liberal arts and humanities from Belhaven College
Okay.
and nursing from University of West Alabama.
Okay. So you started practicing nursing in 2006. Is that what you said?
I did.
And where did you first work?
First job, Alliance, in Meridian, Mississippi Psychiatric Hospital. I was a
were your-
charge nurse over the bipolar, schizophrenic, borderline personality disorder unit.
What were your specific duties on a day-to-day basis? What did you do?
They just oversaw the LPNs and the mental health techs and just basically ran the floor, medications, assessments, the usual.
So you were a director of nursing or you were a supervisor? What was your
No,
title?
I was a charge nurse.
Okay. And how long did you work there?
About 7.5 years.
Who was your immediate supervisor? Do you remember his or her name?
Oh, good Lord, that was a long time ago. Leanne Posey,
Lynn Posey? Okay.
Leanne.
Leanne Posey? Okay.
Yeah, can
Now,
y'all
you're-
see me?
Yes, I can see you. So
Okay.
just listen to my questions, please, and answer them. So during that 7-year period, did you ever have any problems at work?
No,
Did you ever have, I'm sorry?
No, I've never tested positive on any drug test I've ever taken in my life up until this incident.
Okay. That wasn't my question, but that's a good answer. So my question was, just in general, did you ever have any problems at work during that 7-year period after when you first started?
No,
You ever have any complaints filed by you against your patients?
no, they like me.
Okay. Did you ever have any complaints filed by your supervisors against you?
No, they've liked me.
Did you always show up at work on time?
Yes,
Were there ever any accusations against you during that 7-year period that you appeared to be abusing or using drugs in any way whatsoever?
no, I don't do drugs. I only take what is prescribed to me. And that was only up until 5 years ago because a Camry ran over me and I have neurological problems now.
Okay, all right, let's just.
And that's very minimum.
Ms. May,
very-
this board has a lot of work to do. So I want you to listen to my questions and give them just direct answers and stay focused on what we're talking about, okay? Would you do that for me, please?
Okay.
So during that time period, did you always show up at work on time?
Yes,
Did you ever have any unexplained missed days where you didn't show up at work?
no,
Did
that
you
hasn't
like,
been my only job.
I'm sorry?
That was just for 7.5 years. And then I've been at the nursing home and then I now work for FEMA disaster relief.
Right, okay, I was gonna get to that. Okay, so what did you do after 7.5 years? You left that facility. Why did you leave that facility?
Basically I got offered a little bit more money at the nursing home and I just wanted a change.
Okay, so where did you go to work next? What was the name of the nursing home?
Queen City Nursing Center.
I'm sorry, what was the name of it?
Queen City Nursing Center.
Queen City. And what year did you start working there?
Think 2013.
Okay, so you worked there for basically 6 years, is that correct?
Yeah,
So your work history has been pretty consistent. You worked one place for 7 years, and then another place for 6 years, correct?
yes. And now I work for a disaster relief company.
No, we're gonna get to that. I understand that. So we're gonna get to that in just a minute. Okay, so Ms. May, during your 6-year period at Queen City, did you ever have any problems at work with your patients at any time?
Never,
Did you ever have any complaints filed by the patients against you about your conduct or your demeanor?
never.
During that 6-year period, as well as the 7-year period, I'm assuming you were drug tested on numerous occasions?
Yes.
How often would that occur, just on the average, would you say, during that 13-year period?
Let's see, over the last 2 years, I've probably been drug tested about 15 times because of the fact that I'm traveling and you get drug tested frequently.
Okay.
On my other two
Wait,
jobs, I guess it was sporadic,
Okay, so during all those drug tests were negative, correct?
all negative.
Okay, but let's back up. I want to go back all the way to when you first got out in 2006 up until 2019. You worked at only 2 places, correct?
Correct.
And during that 13-year period, you would have been drug tested how many times do you think? Just roughly.
Gee, I don't know. I have no
Well-
idea.
Well, on the average, would it be once every 6 months or once a month?
I really don't know. I guess,
Well,
I don't know.
Well, give me a
There's a
rough
lot.
estimate. Give me a rough estimate.
Probably a few times a year, I guess.
Okay, so okay, let's just say we'll just take it to minimum. It was 2 times a year.
I
for
mean, I
13
don't know.
years.
I can't remember.
So roughly, if we took that average, you would have been drug tested during that 13-year period about 25 times. Does that sound about right?
Oh, yeah, if not more.
And were any of those drug tests positive?
No,
During your 13-year period working at those 2 facilities, did your director of nursing or any patient ever make a complaint about the fact that you may have been using drugs or showed up at work in an inappropriate condition?
No,
Do you drink, by the way?
no,
Now, during that period, were you taking, you said something about prescription drugs during that 13-year, first, let's do the 7-year period. Your first job for 7 years, worked at the same facility. Were you taking any prescription drugs during that time period?
no, I didn't have to.
Okay. So you didn't take anything like a sleeping pill or nothing? Nothing
No,
like-
nothing.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Alonso,
Yes, sir.
would you ask your client to allow you to finish the question before you respond? It kind of helps us as well as the court reporter.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Thank
I know I go kind of fast too. Okay. So Ms. May, just listen and we'll try to keep this short and to the point, okay?
Okay.
Now, in this day and age, it's kind of unusual for somebody not to be taking some kind of drugs. Were you opposed to drugs, or you just were in good health, or did you try not to ever take prescription drugs?
I've never had to take anything up until my injury.
Okay, so let's talk about when you first started using prescription drugs. What happened?
Well, I'm not using prescription drugs. I take what I have to take PRN. 5 years ago, I was leaving Jackson to come back to Meridian to go to work. My car, I had a Camry. My car, I had detailed it the day before and had put the WeatherTech floor mats on top of the gas and the accelerator. Instead of putting it under the accelerator, I put it on top. I was just being lazy. And then when I woke up to leave to drive back to Meridian to go to work, I got in my car, and when I did, the floor mats were still over the accelerator. Well, I had the car parked in neutral, and no, I put the car in reverse to back up to leave. And when I did, I realized that the floor mats were over the accelerator and the brake. So I got out to take the WeatherTech floor mats and put them under the accelerator and the brake. And when I did, it was gravel in the driveway, and my foot slipped on the gravel and fell straight on top of the accelerator. And when I fell on top of the accelerator, the car, I didn't realize I still had it in reverse, and it went and it like sped up 90 to nothing. And when it did, it jerked
Miss
back.
Miss May, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, yeah, I asked.
That's much better.
Well, that's much better. I don't know what stay like that. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Ms. May, okay. So you had a terrible accident. What were your injuries?
My feet got ran over. I had just about killed all the blood vessels in my feet. For some strange reason, I didn't fracture my feet, but I had severe neurological damage. And then it ran up over my hip. So now I have arthritis, and when I'm on my feet for a long time, I have really bad pain. Now, at the time when I got drug tested, my doctor, who was also the medical director for the facility that I worked at, had me on narcotherapy because I was working a lot of hours for that company, for Queen City. And so then, but now I'm not. Now I take Lyrica because it's more for neurological and it helps better.
Okay, so Ms. May, so speak loud. You're doing great. Keep the answers short and to the point if you can, please. You're doing great. So basically, after that terrible accident, is the first time you started taking any kind of pharmaceutical drug?
Yes, very first time.
How old were you?
5 years ago. So old.
45? You were 45.
Yeah.
So now before 45, you never took any type of assistance like Ambien or nothing? Valium,
No,
nothing?
absolutely nothing. I never had to.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute because I want the board to understand your mental and physical history. did you have any events in your life prior to your age of 45 and that terrible accident, which would have triggered you to maybe seek some kind of pharmaceutical assistance?
Yeah, if I was going to do drugs, it would have been a long time ago. I mean, I'll just give you some of my history.
Keep it to the, just very short and to the point. The board's very busy, so let's just, yeah,
Okay.
tell me what-
3 years old, I witnessed a double homicide. My father snapped and killed my mother and her lawyer that she was allegedly seeing at the time. I witnessed that. Then I went to live with my aunt and uncle, and I had a great Christian upbringing from the age of 5. Then my
Hello, are you still there?
then my first love, then I went to church with from the time I was 13 until I was 17, got killed in a car wreck coming to see me.
That was your boyfriend?
Yeah, my best friend. And then
Were you engaged to this individual, or y'all were going to get married?
no, I mean, we were still young, but still the fact that he was coming to see me and he got killed.
Okay, so go ahead.
Let's say, and then 4 years ago, I lost my baby that I waited 20 years to have. Lost my foster child because I found out that my husband was schizophrenic and I didn't know it. Then
When you say
lost
you
my
lost your-
husband. And so, you know, if I was going to do drugs, it would have happened a whole long time ago.
Okay,
I only
excellent.
take a prescription because I got freaking ran over by a car
Okay,
and coming to
what-
work. I wasn't
Okay,
under
Ms.
the
May.
influence of anything.
Okay, Ms. May, that's fine. So just be respectful to the board. Please watch your language. So,
What did I say?
well, you said freaking, but I was afraid you were
Oh.
going to say something else.
Oh, no.
So basically during that time period, all that emotional turmoil, you never turned to drugs, correct?
Never.
Okay. So the only time that you turned to using any kind of pharmaceutical assistance was that after a physical accident at the age of 45, which was about 5 years ago, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
now,
it's very minimum. It's very minimum what I
Okay.
take.
well,
And
tell
it's
us what you,
PRN. It's as needed. I don't even take anything daily.
okay, well, let's talk about what you take. What were you taking at the time of this event? What prescription drugs were you taking?
At the time, the doctor had put me on Norco at the time, but
What
it's
what
not.
milligram were you taking? What was the amount?
She had me on what was as needed, but it was 10 milligrams 3 times a day as needed.
Okay, and anything else that you were taking?
At that time, after I lost my baby and my foster child and my husband and my land and my money, I was having trouble sleeping. So she had put me on Ambien PRN.
Okay, and did you, okay, at the time of this event, were you still on Ambien or you quit taking that?
No, I wasn't taking Ambien.
Okay, so let's talk about this particular event. You remember this particular event, how this all started? You remember how this started?
Uh-huh.
You can remove your mask if no one's there, Miss May. Is no one there?
I'm just used to wearing it. I've been doing COVID crisis and it's for a
Okay,
year and it's
No, we'll
brain
get
in
to
my
that.
head.
Okay, so at the time of this event, and just let's be straight to the point, just stay focused. Tell me about how we got started being here in the board today. Tell me what happened.
Okay, so I was at work 2 years ago and we were really short staffed. So my director of nursing was giving me a whole lot of hours and I was going through a divorce and I needed the attorney money at the time. This is the husband that I found out was schizophrenic. And I needed the money at the time. So I was working a whole lot of hours. And there were 2 girls that were talking about me and hated me because my boss was giving me all the hours. And I had to stay over to finish up some charting. And I had actually gone out to my car and my battery, and I had rolled down my window and my battery went dead. So I couldn't roll my window back up in my car. My car's parked right out front. I have nothing to hide. So I went back inside and I finished up my charting. Okay, this is a habit that I have. And since then, I have broke that habit, but I keep a folder with me every day at work, and I have since I've been a nurse. I keep my report sheets in there. I keep any kind of blister packets. When you take off a medication, if you're the last one that takes off that medication, you have to look and see. This particular blister packet that came into focus had 0 refills on it, and which I had to think back because it'd been sitting in my car for probably 3 months because I
Well,
had
let
not
me-
cleaned my car out.
Okay, let me interrupt. So how did it get physically from the hospital to the back seat of your car on top of all the stuff that your dog is chewing?
The only thing that I can think about, and because no one was explaining anything to me, the board wasn't explaining anything to me.
Okay,
My
stay
boss
focused
wasn't.
on my question. Listen to my question and answer the question, Ms. May. Okay? Okay, just stay focused and don't just stay focused. How,
This is what I ascertain. I keep a folder and I keep my report sheets in my folder. Okay, my 24-hour report sheets, like with all my information, my patient's information, so that I can keep it with me. Because if you leave it at work, you're not going to find it your next shift. You're just not. And we didn't have lockers.
it's
So I
just like,
keep that.
it's just like, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to interrupt you as you go. I want the board to understand. It's just like just a manila folder with your name on it?
No, it's a plastic folder that locks, and then it has a clip on the top of it. So I keep all my report sheets in there, and then if you take off a blister pack, whether it's a narcotic or whether it's a blood pressure medicine or whatever it is, you have to look at that and see if you have to call the doctor for more refills, or if you just need to shred it, or if there's already more refills. This particular one, I believe, it had no more refills on it. So with no more refills on it, naturally it's going to end up in my plastic container to take back up to the nursing station to see, hey, do I need to get more refills for this patient, or what do I need to do? And this was a particular messed up situation because I was working extra and on a whole different side, the patients that I did not know, that I normally would not even work with. So I had a hard time even remembering who this patient was because it wasn't one of my regular patients. I was
Alright.
doing extra work.
Okay,
So I
Ms. May, let me interrupt you again. You're kind of hard to hear again. Can you hear me?
can hear you fine.
Okay, now stay like right there because whatever you just did, you came back into focus. Okay, so in any event, you think it got into the car because it was in your folder and it fell out of the folder when it was in your car. Is that correct?
I'm quite certain that's how, because it wasn't the only blister pack. There were, I think, another blood pressure blister pack in there. What it is, when my folder gets filled up, I live by myself. I have a 2-seater car. Nobody ever comes in my car, ever. It's just me. And when that folder gets filled up, I have a lazy habit of dumping the folder out in my car to make room and consider. And then what I usually have always done is when I clean out my car, I shred everything. Well,
Okay,
I'm not.
Okay, let me stop. I want to ask you something about that. So in the past, have you had other blister packs in your car where you found them and you went back and picked them up and shredded them? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes, and report sheets, and it's wrong. I don't do it anymore. It was because I like to keep up with all my information.
Okay,
It
but you
wasn't.
understand, Miss May, that that's not appropriate conduct for a
I
professional.
know it's not appropriate. It's just, you can't leave anything at work because you can't find it the next day. And I like to keep all my information with me.
Okay, and I saw the back of your car. Frankly, it looks like my car did in high school. So you don't look like you really clean it up that much. Is that a fair statement?
It's very accurate.
Do you also have a dog that you carry in your back of your car?
Yes, I have a dog.
What kind of dog is it?
Mutt, cute.
Okay, so he's the kind of dog that snuffles around and looks for things into your back seat when he's back there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, so he would have been playing with the blister pack, I'm assuming.
Probably. That car was a wreck. There's no telling what was in there.
Okay, that's a fair
And may
statement.
I add, if I'm not a dumb individual, if I had anything to hide, an
Okay, yes, Ms.
out
May,
of date
I
blister
understand
pack would not be in my car.
I understand that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so, all right, now, so then, as I understand it, several individuals saw that blister pack and they reported you to their supervisor, correct?
Correct. And at the
Okay,
time, I thought maybe they had put it in my car because I couldn't figure out how it had gotten in there because it had been so many months.
Okay, Ms. May, that's ridiculous, frankly. Why would they put that in your car? That's an accusation that's not true, so they wouldn't have done that. You don't think
I
that,
said
do
it
you?
was a thought because I didn't know that I had been the last person to take that medication off because everybody was leaving me in the dark, even though I was the one being accused. Nobody was giving me information.
Okay, but now we know you've gotten all the information. You understand that that is a legitimate problem for you to have stuff like that in your car. You understand that, correct?
Yeah, it's wrong to have that. It's wrong to have report sheets. It's just,
And
it
you
was wrong.
understand when you make those kind of mistakes, you have to answer to the board and you have to explain that to them, correct?
And I understand that. And I'm very sorry for that. I don't keep, even in Texas, working the COVID crisis, I'll admit I've had a habit of bringing home report sheets in my lab jacket, and I've beat myself up over it because I forget sometimes, but nobody ever sees that stuff, and it was just, it's wrong.
Well, okay,
I mean,
you're not ever going to do that again, correct?
I'm never going to do that again. I haven't been doing that over the last 2 years. I've made a mistake every once in a while and kept something like in my lab jacket, but it was an accident and it gets shredded immediately.
Did you look at the photograph that Ms. Thompson has of the Norco in your backseat? Did you look at it?
I didn't because I was there.
Well, it says substitute for Norco. Doesn't it have that on its package, substitute for Norco?
I don't know. I didn't even look at it.
Well,
It just makes me sick to my stomach to think about it.
Okay, that's okay. So just stay focused, okay? In any event, this substitute for Norco, this blister pack, which was found in your back seat, at the time this substitute for Norco was found in your back seat, you had a prescription for Norco and you were taking Norco, correct?
Yes.
I would just
I had
object to the
all-
question. I would just object to the question. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I would just object to the question. No evidence has been submitted to suggest that there was a substitution.
That there was a substitution? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Norco is the same. It's all
Wait,
the
Ms.
same.
May, Ms. May, the board member is talking, so do not interrupt them, please. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear your response.
I just said sustain. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's take a look at, we can take a look at exhibit B10, introduced by the state. I believe it's B10. I'm sorry, it is. I believe it's the second page of B10. It doesn't have the exhibit introduced by the state. You see that in front of you, Ms. May? Do you have the exhibits in front of you?
I don't.
Okay,
I take your word for it.
okay. We can ask Ms. Jones about this when the time comes. But just for the board's information of the state's exhibits, the third page of state exhibit B10, there is a photograph of the blister pack, which is apparently in the back of my client's car. And at the top right-hand corner, it says substituted for Norco. That is the state exhibit. I would like the board to please take note of that at this point.
So
And also,
I object to form of question. Is Mr. Alonso asking a question or trying to admit a piece of evidence into the record?
I'm introducing your exhibit.
Mr.
during my-
Alonso?
I'm introducing the state's exhibit during my my client's examination, and we're moving to introduce that in support of her testimony. That is page 3 of Exhibit B10. Is the state objecting to its own exhibit?
No, I was asking, are you asking a question or moving that the exhibit be admitted? I
Well, I
wasn't
have-
clear.
Are you objecting to your own exhibit?
Again, you were asking questions and I was objecting to the form of question and asking, were you trying to admit the exhibit? Because if
No,
you
I'm-
were, that's one matter, or were you trying to testify on behalf of your client, which is another?
No, I'm making a point of procedural note that you have introduced an exhibit which has substituted for NORCO on it. I'm asking the state board members to please take note of it.
We have no objection to this being admitted.
Okay, great. Okay, good. Is that acceptable, board member, chairman?
B10 is admitted.
Thank, B10, page 3. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. May I proceed?
Certainly.
Okay. So Ms. May, let's go back. So after that event, can you hear me, Ms. May?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's stay focused, keep our answers short until this is a long day for the board members, and I want to keep moving. So after this event, what, you were fired from that job, correct?
Actually, when I walked back out to my car, I didn't know what was going on, and they had a cop out there looking through my car, and I was bewildered because I couldn't figure out what was
Okay,
going on.
let me ask you something.
No,
Let me
I
interrupt you.
quit. I mean, they may have fired me, but I quit before they had a chance.
Okay.
I
all right,
was
this is-
disgusted because I had done nothing wrong.
Okay, all right, just stay focused, just stay calm. So let me ask you something about that. There was an actual uniformed police officer at your car?
Yes, yes.
And during this, did he ever arrest you?
No,
Were any criminal charges ever filed against you?
no. I
Have
just
you ever
couldn't figure
Oh,
out
wait,
why he was at my car.
Let's go all the way back to since you were 15. Have you ever been arrested?
No,
Have you ever had a DUI?
yes.
You had a DUI? How old were you?
I don't remember. It's been years ago.
Okay. Have you ever been arrested with marijuana, possession of
No.
drugs?
No,
Okay. All right. So after the police officer, did he talk with you?
no, I was at the car and my boss was there, and then another lady that I'm friends with, I forgot her title, was out there, and I just walked up and I said, "What's going on?" And I couldn't figure out what was going on because I had not done anything. And then he was like, "Can I look in your car?" And I said, "Yeah." And so he looked and he said, "What is this blister pack?" And I was bewildered because I couldn't remember. For one, it was a patient that I didn't even know. Bear in mind, I was,
Just stay focused on the police officer. So he asked you, what did you tell him? You remember?
I couldn't figure it out. I didn't know at the time. It was
that's
just like
fine.
I was blindsided.
Did he ask-
I
did
didn't
he ask-
know.
Okay, got you. So listen to my question. Did he ask you to give a statement?
No,
Okay. Did he do an investigation of your alleged criminal conduct?
no,
Okay. So you never were arrested.
no,
Okay. So an officer actually came to the scene, looked in the back of your car, looked at the blister pack, and he didn't arrest you, correct?
no. He just told them, "What do you want me to do about it?" And I said, "Let me see that pack." And then the director of nursing wouldn't even give it to me. And I said, "Why are y'all at my car? Why is
okay.
there a blister pack in
Okay,
here and
okay.
you're not even letting me look at it?"
Okay. All right. Stay focused. That's fine. That's fine. They are doing their job just like everybody here is doing their job. That's what they were doing. Okay.
And I understand that.
Okay. So let's just stay focused. All right. So, okay. So, after that, you moved on. You moved on to another job. Is that correct?
I went travel nursing. Yeah.
So when did you
I
go?
just, I was so disgusted with everything in my life. I wanted out of the state of Mississippi.
Okay, all right. You know what? Listen to my questions and I want you to answer them, okay? So we don't, okay? I grew up in Mississippi. I love the state of Mississippi. Okay, my father
But
coached.
you haven't been traumatized like I have since the age of 3.
Okay, all right. So then you went to work. Where did you go to work after this event?
I was in Colorado for 2 assignments, Grand Junction, Pueblo. Then I went to work in New York City for the COVID crisis. And for almost a year straight, I've worked 84 hours up until I had to take a break 13 days ago because I was emotionally and physically beat down. And I was supposed to go back to work Wednesday, and this happened.
All right, okay, so wait, I thought you were working in Texas. You were working in New York City.
I got demoted from New York City, was off for 2 weeks, and then have been in Texas ever since.
Okay. Now, at those 2 places you worked in New York and Texas, did you have any problems at work?
No, none.
Did you show up on time every day?
Yes, you don't
Did you
have a
have any-
choice.
Did you have any positive drug tests during that time?
No,
Did
never.
anybody listen to my questions. Did anybody at the New York job ever make complaints about your demeanor, your conduct, or your appearance?
No,
The same question for the Texas job. Did anybody ever make any complaints about your demeanor, conduct, or your appearance?
that I was doing an excellent job in a crisis situation.
That's a good question. I haven't asked you that about those 2 jobs. Actually, about all your jobs. Did you ever receive a pat on the backs or positive comments during your working history?
Yes, a lot.
During the 7-year period, you received congratulations, you're doing a good job. You have that kind of talk with your supervisors occasionally?
Since 2006, since I've become a nurse, even at the job where I fired from because of the blister pack, I got rave reviews there.
Excellent. Thank you. So in fact, the job at Queen City is the only place you were ever terminated, correct?
Correct.
Every other place that you worked at.
I assume I was terminated. I quit before.
Okay, fine. I know, and we don't have to go in. Okay, so let's just, all right, so, but you've only really been terminated one time in your entire 14-year working history, is that correct?
That's it.
And that was because of the false allegations made in regard to the alleged drug use in this matter, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, so now, looking back on all this, Ms. May, and I want you to be direct, and you and I talked about this. I have no more questions for you, but is there something that you would like to tell the board members about who you are and about your working experience? And keep in mind, everybody here is doing their job. Ms. Thompson, the board members, and the people that with the blister pack. Okay.
I mean, I completely understand that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I know that first of all, I was wrong in having the blister pack in my car. I didn't even know it was in there. I'll go ahead and admit I had report sheets in there too with patient information on there.
You know what I forgot? Let me interrupt you during your statement because there's something I forgot. You tested positive. You had a positive drug test after this event, right?
Yes, I was taking Norco at the time, okay? Prescription for Norco under the medical director's care. At the time, now I beat myself up trying to figure this one out. Here's some possibilities.
Wait, let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you so we can lay the foundation for that drug test. They asked you to take a drug test, right?
Yes, they asked me to take a drug test.
Okay, when they asked you to take a drug test, you said yes, correct? I will take a drug test.
Yeah, I went and took it.
Okay, because you didn't think you were going to be positive, right?
No, absolutely not.
So tell the board members what happened next. I'm sorry, we forgot to address this issue. It's one of this stuff.
So after the cop was at my car for empty, outdated blister pack that I didn't even know was in there. If you could see my car, it was horrible.
Yeah, stay focused on the test.
Then I went and took a drug test. Okay. So,
Who asked you to take a drug test? Who requested that?
the DON.
Okay, and you said, yes, ma'am, I'll take one, right?
Yes. Right.
You did it the same
Okay.
day?
So
Was
I
it the
let her
same-
know, I said, I'm taking Norco. Dr. Manzava has prescribed this. And so I took the drug test and it came back. She said, well, you had a metabolite for morphine. Well, couldn't figure it out. I had been handling 3 different liquid morphines without gloves on to 3 terminally ill patients. Then I thought somebody may have put something in my drink. The same person who hates me, that was funny that she was at my car trying to talk to me and be nice to me.
Yes,
I
Miss
had a
May,
million,
Miss May, just stay focused.
I'm trying to
Nobody
explain, I
put-
had a million things going on through my head.
Nobody put anything in your drink. You understand
I'm
that, right?
I'm not saying they did. At
Okay,
the
then why
time,
would-
I
listen-
was trying to figure out what was going on.
Listen to me, the board members, so let's go. So you
I'm
took the
not
test.
paranoid.
That's okay. So you took the test, correct?
I took the test.
And it came back positive, apparently.
Yes.
And what was your reaction when it came back positive? What did you tell your Don at that point? What did you want to do?
I mean, I was trying to figure out how. I looked up drug interactions, which could give a false positive. I called the lab and asked them if they could run the test back through, but they said they had already destroyed the sample. And which I might add, there needs to be a law put into effect.
Yeah,
If you test,
okay, Miss May, stay
Okay.
focused. We stay focused. We're not doing the
Trying to
blow
break-
up today.
trying to make new laws. Okay.
No, we're not. What we're doing is we're focusing on your conduct because you, through your own fault, you had a blister pack. Nobody else's fault but yours in the back
Yeah,
of your.
right.
Okay. So in any event, you wanted them to run the test back through. Did they run it back through?
They had already destroyed the sample. They couldn't run it back through.
He said that. Okay. Now, during your time in Texas, I believe we sent you to, Ms. Thompson wanted you to get a psychological evaluation, correct?
Correct.
And you've had tests done since this event, right?
Yes, I called the Texas peer. I called evaluators for the Texas peer assistance program. And I talked to 3 different assessors, all who said it had to come from the Texas. And, bear in mind, I'm working 6-7 days a week. During this COVID crisis, it was just hard. I called them and they said that I had to have an order from the Texas Board of Nursing. I said, well, I can get an order from the Mississippi Board of Nursing. And they said that wasn't gonna suffice. It has to come from the Texas Board of Nursing. Well, I couldn't just up and fly home. I would get demoted. And so I had asked Brett I asked you to ask Brett. My doctor is an addictionologist that I used to work under him in Nebraska when I was traveling. He's a medical director at Good Samaritan Psychiatric and Chemical Dependency Unit. He's 78. He's been an addictionologist and a psychiatrist for 50 years. And I asked him, I said, can you do an assessment on me? I said, I've got to get this done for the Board of Nursing. So we went through a lot of different assessments, questions. We're not friends. I know him professionally. There was no reason for him to give me any good marks whatsoever. I just was in a bind trying to get an assessment done. And in Texas, they had to have an order. Talked to 3 different assessors, none of which have the education or the addictionologist background or the psychiatric background that this psychiatrist who did my evaluation. He's
Okay.
much more qualified than any of the Texas Board of Nursing
Okay.
counselor, or whatever they're called.
In any event, Miss May, he did a psychological evaluation for him. You got a copy of that report, correct?
I did.
And at this time, Your Honor, we would move to introduce respondents exhibit number 1, which is the psychological evaluation as indicated by Dr. Rinaldo. It is attached, it's R1. In addition, we would also move to introduce the drug test attached and submitted to Ms. Thompson, I think back in December of 2020. That is a negative urine test as well as a negative follicle test. Now,
One
This-
moment, any objection, Ms. May?
So
That's
he's tendering the evaluation.
and we're tendering all exhibits R1 through R3.
There's no objection to the assessment evaluation from Dr. De Los Angelos. There's no objection to, there is objection to the hair follicle. I do not see a chain of custody. There is also an objection to the rapid urine screen, as I do not see a chain of custody for that screen as well.
We can lay the foundation for that if you'd like, counsel. Chairman,
We will note the objections. Mr. Alonso, you may proceed to lay the foundation.
okay. Now, Ms. May, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Did you have drug test? Tell me about the drug tests you've taken since December of 2020. How many drug tests have you taken?
I did a urine. Sorry, it's not COVID, sinuses. I did a urine drug test. I did a hair follicle test with ID presented. I just did another follicle test 2 days ago, but unfortunately, they said it would take 6 days to get in. And I did another observed urine test, which all came back negative at the hospital.
Okay, so you've done 2 follicle tests and you've done 2 urine tests in the last 3 months, is that correct?
In the last month and a half.
Month and a half, and they were all negative, correct?
Correct.
And you provided a copy of those to my office, correct?
Correct.
And I advised you I was going to provide those to the board as your exhibits, correct? You were aware of that fact?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other drug tests that we don't know about, that you haven't told us about?
No, because I didn't have any at work. So in the last couple of months, it's just been what the board's
Right.
request.
What I told you I wanted to give to Ms. Thompson, right?
Right. Yes.
And so you had a negative urine test and a negative follicle test, correct?
4 of them.
4 of them, okay. Were you drug tested in New York? We didn't ask about that.
Yes, I was drug tested in New York.
Follicle or urine?
Urine.
And was
No,
it
blood. It was blood.
Was it negative?
It was negative.
Okay.
I
All of your-
actually had
Your tests
gotten,
are always negative, right? Every test
They're
you've ever
always negative.
taken, with the exception of this one test, that your 14-year period was positive, right? Only one. Right?
1
One out of what, 75?
or more.
Okay, all right. Okay. Now, let me ask you, so we were talking about what you wanted to say to the board, but I wanted to ask you something else before we finalize this. So if you are placed on any type of probation with this board, what is that going to do with your, first of all, you're still working in Texas?
Yes.
And you're
I-
making, how much are you making there? What is your salary?
11,500 a week.
A week?
Yeah.
What specifically are you doing there?
COVID crisis, but I'm working 84 hours a week.
That's
I
because
had-
you're on the front line, you're being paid extra because you're on the front line of the COVID crisis?
Yeah, that, and I work a lot of overtime. I mean,
Okay.
I'm working for it.
Okay, and so who is your immediate supervisor in Texas?
It would be my MIT, but at the hospital, gee, I forgot her name.
Okay, so
I
What-
I
what-
demoted myself 12 days ago because I've been working for almost a year straight with only 2 weeks off, and I was just physically
All right.
and mentally broke down. But
Okay,
I,
well,
my
but-
plans to go back.
you plan to go back because you need the money, I'm assuming.
No,
or-
it's not
you-
that. It's I am a disaster relief nurse. I am a FEMA nurse, and my calling is to go into the most dangerous and where I am needed and people need me the most.
Do you like doing that?
It's my calling. Yes. I want to go where the danger is and where people need me the most.
All right, well, okay. So let me just, so if the board puts you on probation, I'm assuming you're not going to be able to go back to work.
Oh, I'm jobless.
Okay.
It's
You
a
won't be-
wrap.
Okay, all right, stay focused. So here's your chance to tell the board how you feel about your job, because if they put you on probation, you're gonna lose. So tell them what you want to hear, and that's the last thing I have to ask.
I do not do drugs. I've never done drugs. I've probably had a million reasons that I could. I don't do it. I'm not a drug addict. There's nothing wrong with being a drug addict. I just happen not to be one. I don't feel that I should be punished for a false positive. At the
Let me ask-
time, I had severe bronchitis. You know, you can look up any drug interaction. There are numerous ways, including handling morphine if it gets on your skin, that you can test positive for a metabolite. I was
Were
under,
you handling morphine at this time?
yes, I was handling 3 different liquids to 3 different terminally ill patients. And I wanted to get a picture of it, but I quit my job, got fired, whatever, before I could even do that, in which that would have been HIPAA anyway.
Okay, stay focused. Okay, so go ahead and tell the board what you want to tell. This is your chance to tell them about who you are and what this effect of probation would do to you.
The only thing, as God's honest as my witness, that I am guilty of is I should have never had a blister pack, 24-hour report sheets, or anything like that in my car. That's pure laziness and tiredness. I
Okay.
shred them, but they should have never even been taken out of the facility. I just like to keep up with my stuff. It makes it easier. And that was wrong. I didn't know what was going on at the time because I couldn't remember how even having the blister pack in there. Nobody was telling me anything. I finally put 2 and 2 together that if I was the last person that took the medication off the card and there was no refills on the card, that I had the card in my folder to see if I needed to call the doctor and get an order for the prescription, because that's what we do. I should have blacked out the name and shredded it like I do a million blister packs, but I didn't. One of the girls, one of your witnesses that absolutely hates me, it was funny that
Okay,
she was,
just stay focused. She's not out to get you. Nobody's out to get you. Stay focused on what you're telling the board.
oh, I wouldn't be so sure about her.
Okay.
But I did not do morphine. If I wanted a prescription for morphine, I could have gotten probably a prescription for morphine, but I didn't need to take morphine. I was under a doctor's care for Norco.
Right, okay,
There was
so
no
let me ask-
need for it. And that
let me
was
ask-
even PRN. I took that just as needed.
Right, so let me ask you about that. So you were actually, I think, giving morphine to, was it 2 or 3 different patients the week
It
before?
was 3 different terminally ill patients at the time.
You were handling morphine,
Yeah.
where specifically were you handling, what facility?
Where I tested positive at Queen City Nursing Center.
And so do you remember the names of the patients that you were,
No,
Yeah.
that was 2 years ago.
okay, but you were, and so tell the board how, so you had 3 different patients before you tested positive, which I think was on the 19th, if I remember correctly. The week before you had to handle morphine on numerous occasions?
Yes.
Okay, but still as a nurse, let's be fair here. Aren't y'all trained not to get the narcotics on your person and your hands?
I should have poured, you should always pour it up with gloves on, because if it does get on your skin, it can absorb into your bloodstream. Yes, that's right.
Well, do you know if that would cause a positive test if you had some on your hands?
My doctor said it could,
Okay,
and it
But you don't-
also could have been a false positive. All I know is I did not open up my mouth and put morphine in my mouth and swallow it. That did not happen.
did you inject morphine?
No,
Have you ever injected anything illegally?
I've never injected anything legally or not legally.
Okay, all right.
I love my job. I've been doing it for a year now. My calling is disaster relief. It's not being put back in the state of Mississippi,
Okay.
working 40 hours a week and hating it.
Okay, all right, just stay for, okay, so, is there anything else you'd like to say to the board? Like, thank you for your time and thank you for listening to you.
I'm sorry that this all even I don't like being put under a microscope. I don't like having to explain myself. I'm very low profile, keep to myself. I don't trust people. And that whole day, that whole situation 2 years ago made absolutely no sense to me. There are a million false positives out there, and I'm sure in the nurse recovery program that they have positive drug screens that come back that they have to run through again that probably would come up negative or maybe not. I don't know. All I know is I was on medication at the time. I didn't have to take morphine, and I
Let me ask-
didn't.
Okay, let me ask you something. So if the board agreed not to put you on probation, would you agree to like a monthly testing procedure like in Texas?
I would
where
do
you-
a weekly test. I want to keep my job. My job's disaster relief. I would do a weekly hair follicle test
Forever?
forever.
Okay, all right. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Chairman, thank you so much for your time and consideration. Thank you, Ms. May. I think Ms. Thompson may have some questions for you.
Well, at this point, we still have the case in chief for Ms. Thompson May as well as her potential cross of your client. At
Yes,
this
sir.
time, we'll recess for 10 minutes. So let's be ready to roll at 10:15.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. May, you can call me on the phone if you want to talk to me or anything.
I don't need to unless you need to.
Oh, no, we don't need to. Actually, you can't call me because you're under John's cross, so I shouldn't talk.
Yeah, I don't want to lose this. I'm just gonna stay on it.
Stay right there. You're looking good. You're doing great. That was
I
great
look
testimony.
horrible. I'm going to the bathroom.
I can't complain. Used to the new norm. I know it.
What's that? What's that? Give me the, give me the number to the first one. Give me the first one on the phone. One, 318, 465, 0. Try to get it.
Thomas,
Yeah,
did you give Brett my drug test that I took yesterday?
I sent, everything you sent me, I sent to her. So, we're on the record here. Don't, everybody's listening. Everybody can hear you. So we'll talk off the record.
I just want to make sure you gave it to her. Will you let them know? I mean, this is not anything I have to hide. Will you let them know that Brett had offered me the 12 months 2 years ago? Naturally, I was going to turn it down because I'm not guilty of anything, but I could be unemployed easier for 12 months.
Not, Ms. May, I'm not gonna tell you again, we are on, do not talk to me while we're not, you can't do that. So just, everybody's listening to this, okay?
Well, I don't have anything to hide.
Well, I know, but just calm down, okay?
I'm not.
Her name is Miss Thompson, not Brett. Her name is Miss Thompson, okay? You're Miss
I
May.
met Miss Thompson.
Yes, okay, let's call her Miss Thompson.
Right, and I'm not Star.
I didn't call you Star.
I'm picking.
Did I call you Star? I did not call you Star. I like that name. You don't like
I
it?
hate that name. I hate it.
Is that what you were called in high school when you were growing up, Star? That's a
No,
great name. I always,
that's a
Your mother
horrible
must have been-
name.
your mother must
I
have
don't
been,
know
no,
what
it's
she's
not.
doing.
No, it was, she must have been an outlier. She must have been a free thinker. To think that.
Hippie.
Exactly. I dated a girl in college named Moon. I love that name. And her mother was a hippie.
Moon.
Yes, Moon.
I'd rather have Moon than Star.
So listen, Ms. May, listen to Ms. Thompson's questions. Do not just answer her questions and be nice as you can, okay? She's doing her job.
I know she is.
All right, and you treat her that way with respect and just answer her questions. Right?
I'm nice.
I don't really. No. I know you are.
I'm just frustrated.
Well, I know, but just answer the questions. Don't worry, but don't get into all that stuff. Just answer the questions. And you're under oath. Keep in mind.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back on the record. At this time, the state has reserved their cross of Miss May and will proceed at this time with their case in chief.
And for clarity, before the panel, I just want to make sure I am clear. Thus far, exhibits B1 through B5, as well as B10 are exhibits that are admitted into the record. Is that correct?
I mean, B15 as well.
Mr. Alonzo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
That's my understanding. Is it your understanding as well?
Are you talking to me or the chairman?
Yes.
So, Mr. Alonzo, we're trying to get clarity on what your understanding is, along with Ms. Mays, of which exhibits have actually been admitted.
You're asking me, what do I understand what the state, I think the state, yeah, I think they did that. I mean, I'm maintaining all objections I've put on the record, but yes, I understand maybe. I have received a copy of all of Ms. Thompson's exhibits. Everything she said is true about the exhibits. She has provided me copies of the exhibits. I'm reserving all objections to any exhibits as they become relevant during the testimony. But other than that, yes.
Right, Mr. Alonzo, I'm sorry, I think there's a misunderstanding of what you're understanding my question. Thus far, what I just wanted for the record purposes to to confirm that exhibits B1 through B5, they have been admitted. And as well as B10, when you were examining Ms. May. And so those are what I have, and I wanted to confirm that for the record.
Okay, it's confirmed. I don't know why you're asking me to confirm your exhibits, but now it's, and also our exhibits R1 through R3 have been introduced into the record.
It's for the record, Mr. Alonso. Just again, those are what I have in my notes, and I wanted to make sure that was your understanding.
I'm ready to proceed.
Okay. All right. I will call Tawanda Jones. Please state your name for the record. And in what capacity do you serve the Board of Nursing, Ms. Jones?
I am an investigator with the Board of Nursing.
And
Chairman, I'm having trouble hearing Ms.
tell the
Jones.
board,
Tell her, let me interrupt. I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. I'm having trouble hearing Ms. Jones. And can you
and
say
Ms.
something?
Jones, tell the board how you became involved in the case of Starlin May.
I became involved in the case with Ms. May because the Meridian is the area that I am assigned to. So that case was assigned to me.
And when you received that assignment, what attempts were made to contact Ms. May to communicate with you about the case?
There were 2 letters sent to Ms. May requesting an interview with her, one in June and another in October 2019.
Okay. And did you ever have a response from Ms. May?
No, I did not get a response from her.
And so tell the board then, when you were assigned the matter and after trying to reach Ms. May, what did you do then with regard to your investigation?
The next step for the investigation would be to send a subpoena to the facility for records and documentation based on the allegation of the facility.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review the exhibits that are before the panel today, B1 through B16?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And as it relates to Ms. May's allegations, have you had the opportunity to review specifically admitted exhibit B5?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so it is your understanding today that we are before the panel, Ms. Jones, and the matter in which you investigated involved Ms. May's having medication packs in her car in plain sight, as well as having a confirmed positive screen for morphine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to object to the compound nature of that question as well as the leading nature of that question.
Your objections noted.
So Ms. Jones, you investigated what has been contained in the complaint. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And after you sent the subpoena, tell the board what happened next.
Once the subpoena was sent, the records were sent to our office, and also an affidavit of record that indicates that these records are true copies of documents for the facility. And then those records were organized in a case file kept in my office under lock.
Okay. And who specifically did you speak with regarding the investigation of Ms. May?
The first person that I spoke to in regard to the investigation was the director of nursing, who is Joanne Hawkins, there at the facility.
Okay. And can you tell the board about that encounter with Ms. Hawkins?
I'm going to
Yes.
object, Chairman. Let me object, Madam. I'm going to object to the hearsay. This is clearly leading to hearsay information. The director of nursing, I believe, would have been available to be subpoenaed to testify. Any conversation would be classic hearsay and inadmissible, respectively.
Administrative proceedings are not bound by the rules of procedure. Hearsay testimony is allowed.
We are looking for reliable testimony, Judge. I don't know what this woman's going to say, what this other woman said. I haven't had a chance to talk to that director of nursing. That's inappropriate testimony under any administrative or legal procedure.
Well, I'm afraid that's not correct, Mr. Alonso. These proceedings are not held to the standard of the evidentiary rules. There is a more relaxed tenor with these, so she can proceed. Your objection will be noted. And of course, if you feel you need to do something once this proceeding is concluded, you may have that option as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, I'm going to hand you what's been marked, not yet entered into evidence, marked Exhibit B8. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, and did you collect that document?
This document was turned over as a result of a subpoena.
And from whom is that document referencing?
The document referenced Star May.
And who is the author of this document?
The author of the document is Joanne Hawkins, Director of Nursing.
And did you have telephone or in-person conversations with Ms. Hawkins about the specific document?
Yes, I had telephone conversation with Ms. Hawkins as well as a personal interview with Ms. Hawkins.
Okay, and again, this document was collected under subpoena by your direction?
That is correct.
And it's been maintained in the normal course of business here at board offices?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, the board tenders this exhibit, Exhibit B8, to be admitted into evidence.
We have no objection, Judge. We're pretty much admitted to everything in that document. We agree with that.
It is admitted.
Okay, and Ms. Jones, can you just tell the board what your understanding is regarding the matter based on your involvement in communications with Ms. Hawkins?
What-
In
oh, wait,
talking
wait,
with Ms. Hawkins,
wait, Judge, I'm sorry. Are we about to have opinion testimony? So Ms. Jones is going to give us her opinion about, I mean, I know she's a fact witness. I don't know if she can just give us what is her understanding. I don't think that's an appropriate question in any forum.
It's not her understanding. I'll rephrase the question. Ms. Jones, tell the board what Ms. Hawkins discussed with you about this matter.
what was discussed with me
Judge, we would
regarding,
maintain the same objection as to the hearsay.
Objection is noted. May
Thank you, Judge.
proceed.
Thank you.
what was relayed to me in talking to Mrs. Hawkins regarding this conversation about the allegation is that on May 10th, 2019, a nurse there at the facility by the name of Shelby Swanier went to her car to get something out of her car. She passed by Ms. May's car, saw Ms. May sitting in her car, and she stopped to talk to her. And in talking to her, she looked in the back window of a small vehicle and saw a blister pack, which appeared to be a blister pack of that facility with the name of the resident, J. Clay, on that blister pack. She went back into the facility. She saw another nurse by the name of Comisha Bond Bailey walking by, and she said, I just want you to come look at something that I saw and see what you see. So they both went back out to the vehicle, looked in the car, saw the blister pack that appeared to be one for the facility with the name J. Clay on there. And Miss Bailey took a picture with her cell phone, and they went back into the facility. They found at that time, it was the assistant director of nursing. They told her what they saw. They showed her the cell phone picture of what was taken from the vehicle. Then the assistant director of nursing in turn called the director of nursing, and she instructed the assistant director of nursing to call the police station to have them come out and look and investigate. And 2, she instructed her to have Ms. May to go to the workforce to have a drug screen.
Okay, and how was the specific prescription that was found in plain sight, how was that verified by the facility, Ms. Jones?
That prescription was verified by the prescription number listed on the blister pack for the facility, and an investigation was launched immediately once the DON was notified. So they went to the patient's records and they looked at his narcotics count sheet, and that number that was on the blister pack matched the number for the resident.
And do you recall, Ms. Jones, what the medication was that was verified?
The medication was for narco.
Narco.
And
Did you say
did
narco,
you
man?
specific
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said. She said narco?
Norco?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones, and you testified earlier that you spoke as well with a Ms. Swanner.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked, not yet entered into evidence, marked Exhibit B6. And Can you just verify what that document is that I'm handing you, please?
Okay, the document that I was just given is an authorization for
Sorry, this is the third page. There was 3 pages.
first page is an authorization for a waiver of release of information that was signed by Ms. Soignier and myself as a witness. The second page is what is an investigative statement by the Board of Nursing. It is a statement of Shelby Swanner, and it was witnessed in the presence of Tawanda Jones, and it is her statement as it relates to the allegation.
Physically met with Ms. Swanner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what admissions, if any, or what statements, if any, did Ms. Swanner provide you with regard to Ms. May's activity on that May 10th?
Ms. Swanner informed me that on May 10th, she went to her vehicle to get something out of her vehicle. She passed by the vehicle that Star May was sitting in, and she stopped to talk to her. When she was talking to her, she noticed in the back window a blister pack. And then she went back into the facility and she asked someone else to come out and look. That person was Kamisha Bonner. She went to the vehicle with her, looked in the back seat of the vehicle, saw the blister pack, and Ms. Bailey took a picture with her cell phone of that blister pack.
And did Ms. Swanner reduce those statements that you just related to the board in writing in your presence?
Yes,
Okay.
she wrote her statement.
And you obtained that information in the course and scope of your investigation?
That is correct.
And you've maintained that statement in normal course of business here at board office?
That is correct.
At this time, the state would tender Exhibit B6 and ask that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted.
Ms. Jones, I'm going to hand you now what's marked, not yet entered into evidence, marked Exhibit B7. For identification purposes, can you identify marked Exhibit B7, please?
Yes, B7 is a statement written by Kamisha Bonner.
Okay.
Bailey, I'm sorry.
Okay. And did you have communication with Ms. Bailey?
Yes, I had a telephone conversation with Ms. Bailey regarding the allegation.
And you are under oath, Ms. Jones, correct?
That is correct.
And the testimony that you provide them, given the communication of the individuals you're speaking of, is truthful. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, tell the board then about that conversation with Ms. Bailey.
When I spoke with Ms. Bailey on the phone regarding the allegation, she told me that on May 10th, 2019, she was working at Queen City facility. A Shelby Swanner came back into the facility, asked her to come and look in the car to see what she saw to be a blister pack in a vehicle that belonged to Star May. So she went out with Ms. Swanner to look into the vehicle. She saw the blister pack and she said, that appears to be a resident here. So she took a picture with her cell phone of that blister pack that she saw in the car.
Chairman, we can, this will speed matters up. We can stipulate to that the blister pack was found, photographs were taken, and it was, that's what we have before you on B7 as well as the other exhibits. We have no objection to that. Just to save time.
So what you earlier objected to the exhibit. So if you want to stipulate to exhibits B1 through B16 being admitted into evidence, we can do that now.
I just said what I said. You're talking about the blister pack, the issue of the blister pack. My client testified the blister pack was found in the back of her car. I think I'm just trying to save you some time. Just talking about the blister pack in the back of her car.
Right. Procedurally, though, the exhibits B1 through B16 are the actual exhibits being offered into evidence. Earlier, you had objected, but B1 and B1 through B5 were admitted for judicial notice. So I'm asking, are you now stipulating that all exhibits B1 through B16 may be admitted so that we can move forward?
Not all exhibits, but I'm just saying the issue of the blister pack is established. You found there was a blister pack found in the back of my car. The photographs have been introduced. We agree and stipulate that evidence is admissible and before the court.
Unless you're stipulating to specific exhibits, Mr. Alonso, you're stipulating to facts. I'm trying to stipulate to actual exhibits. So I think there's two different issues
Okay,
here.
never
So
mind.
if you're not going to stipulate to exhibits, then I'm going to have to lay foundation for each one.
What's your position, Mr. Alonso?
I'm ready to proceed. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm not stipulating to anything in advance until and this is before the court, the blister pack. We agree. Our client has testified to that. It exists. It's before the court. It's admissible.
We certainly appreciate your consciousness about the time, but I think based on your prior objection, this is what council is having to do at this time.
Okay, okay.
So Ms. Jones, you collected marked exhibit B7 in the course and scope of your employment as investigator. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this statement was obtained through subpoena power, was it not?
It was.
You did have communications with Ms. Bailey that substantiate the issues that she wrote here in this written statement. Is that correct? That is correct. Is there anything contradictory that you testified to that's not in the statement or that is in the statement?
No,
Has this statement been maintained in normal course of business here at board offices?
it has.
At this time, the state would ask and tender exhibit B7 and ask that it be admitted into evidence.
We would object to B7. The statement, number one, the statement is not a business record exception. Number two, this is a classic case of the state could have had this witness there. They did not have the witness there. Now they're submitting her testimony, which is classic hearsay. I understand the court's prior ruling, but that's inappropriate evidence. That's not reliable evidence. They should have had the witness there to testify. And let me just state for the record, when I agree to something and I have an agreement with the opposing counsel, I stand by that agreement. I don't make changes in those agreements as time goes on within the 24-hour period. I agreed with Ms. Thompson about some exhibits, but I am standing by that agreement, but I never agreed to introduce any statements without the witnesses testifying. I would never agree to that.
Okay,
The
Mr.
way-
Alonso, it's my understanding, Mr. Alonso, it's my understanding that these statements were secured in the course and scope of the investigation conducted by the Board of Nursing. Based on that, I will go ahead and admit B7.
I just want to maintain my objection. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
So noted, so noted.
Ms. Jones, I'm now going to hand you what's been marked, not yet entered into evidence, marked exhibit B10. For identification purposes, what is B10?
10 is a blister pack for hydrocodone for,
How would you describe exhibit B10, just briefly?
an empty blister pack that is labeled hydrocodone APAP 10-325 with no refills.
And this B10, are these photographs? Is it a document? What is this?
It's a photograph.
Okay, and how many photographs within marked exhibit B10?
There are 3 photographs.
What does it appear to depict in these photographs?
The photographs depict an empty blister pack in each of the photos that appears to be among other items, just kind of laying about.
And did you receive these photographs
Yes,
as your job as investigator?
that is correct.
And from whom did you receive these photographs?
Commisha Bailey,
Okay, and did you have communications with Miss Bailey?
I did.
Okay, did the DON, Ms. Hawkins, see these photographs to your knowledge?
Yes,
Did she receive these photographs?
yes,
So did these photographs come as by way of subpoena power when the board subpoenaed the facility for all documents?
yes. This was an item listed in the subpoena in order for the facility to supply.
Okay, and to whom does it appear that these blister packs belong to? The name or an initial or a number?
J. Clay.
Okay. And on the first photograph in marked exhibit B5, does there appear to be, and it might be faint, an identification number? The last 4 digits might be legible.
very faint.
Mhm. What can you read from this photograph?
Well, from the photograph that's labeled one, or is this considered?
The top exhibit here, the
Yes,
first
this-
photograph, right?
This photograph with the sticker on there, B-10, there is a prescription number starting with an N, and it appears to be 193986. It's either a 6 or a 0 at the end.
Okay. And did Ms. Hawkins verify that prescription number?
Yes, that prescription number was verified by the narcotic log at the facility.
And it appears from these pictures, again, they're marked the patient J. Patient J is the patient in question as to the allegations against Ms. May.
That is correct.
And have these photographs been maintained in normal course of business? Here at the board.
Yes, they have.
At this time, the state would ask and tender exhibit B10 and ask that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit
No
B-
objection. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you now, Ms. Jones, marked exhibit B11. For identification purposes, can you testify as to what exhibit B11 is?
At B11, the first page of that is a ledger with all of those nurses that work at Queen City Nursing Home. H2 of that exhibit is a MAR dated February 2019 for patient J. Clay. Page 3 is a physician order for the patient for the hydrocodone. Page is the narcotic log with the prescription number for patient J. Clay for the Norco. The next page is a narcotics count record medication chart for 2019. The next page is page 2 of that narcotic count record for February 2019. The next page is the next one. The next 3 pages, that's patient information from when the patient was admitted to the facility, different types of insurances that he has, as well as his next of kin for contact, diagnoses for the patient. And the last page of that exhibit is a form that Queen City Nursing Home completed on the patient because the patient left AMA on March 22nd, 2019.
And how did you receive these documents, Ms. Jones?
The documents were received as a result of a subpoena.
Okay, and were these all the patient records regarding patient J that were received by you from the facility via the subpoena?
Yes,
Okay, and is it your testimony that they should be maintained in normal course and scope of business here at board offices?
they have.
At this time, the board tenders exhibit B11 and asks that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. It is admitted.
So, Ms. Jones, I'd like to go in this exhibit that's now admitted. To the log out sheet.
Which exhibit number are we looking at?
I believe it's like the 4th page of exhibit B10, excuse me, B11.
Okay.
And for the record, Ms. Jones had identified that as the sign out log.
Okay, I
don't
got
know
it.
if you can see-
I got it.
Okay. All right. What medication name, Ms. Jones, is listed on this logout?
The medication name is Norco,
Okay, what patient name is listed? And I know for HIPAA purposes, what initial is,
J.
and is there a doctor's name?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see below, can you state how many of the Norco was received? Oh, pardon me. What's the dosage that you see listed here on this medication form?
10/325
And the method of administration as listed would be what?
by mouth.
Okay. And how many Norco were received January 18, 2019?
There were 2 narcos received on January 18th, 2019.
And can you tell the board what other information exists on this narcotic sign out form?
In addition to the date that the 2 narcos were received, there's another line that says L May RN dated 1/28/2019, 9:00 PM. Amount received 2, amount given 1, amount remaining 1. The next line, L May RN 22/19, 9:00 PM. Amount received 1, amount given 1, amount remaining 0.
Okay. In this exhibit of B11, Ms. Jones, I want to direct your attention to the MAR. And I believe that's going to be the second page of B11. What initial exists on February 2nd, 4:20 PM or at 8:40 PM as Norco being administered by anyone?
On the MAR for Norco 10/325 tablets for 420, there's no initial indicated there. And for 8:40 PM on February 2nd, there are no initials.
Ms. Jones, I wanted to also direct your attention now within Exhibit B11 to the narcotic count record. On this narcotic count record, do you identify anywhere on this narcotic count record where Ms. Starlin May had initialed or signed her name?
Yes.
Okay, tell the board what those entries are.
Okay, there's an entry on 2/3/19, 2 AM. And the initial are LM. Then there's a 2/3/19 at 7 AM, initial L May.
Is there on 2/2/2019?
2/2/2019 at 7 PM. There's a L May RN.
And this narcotic count record was specific to what narcotic?
Norco.
And your testimony is on February 2nd, 2019, that Ms. May checked out or signed out rather on Norco.
That is correct.
And then on 2/3/2019, the reason based upon what's stated here in this narcotic count record, can you read that or tell the board what that states?
On 2/3/19 at the 2 AM where LM initial signed, the reason it says empty.
hand you now, Ms. Jones, what's marked, not yet entered into evidence. Marked Exhibit B12. For identification purposes, what is marked Exhibit B12?
Exhibit B12, the first page is a Rush Workforce Wellness Results screen. The first page of that exhibit. The second page of that exhibit is a chain of custody form signed by Ms. May on 5/10/2019. And the third page is a drugs test report.
And how did you obtain this information, Ms. Jones?
This information was included in the documents that were requested by way of subpoena.
And have they been maintained in normal course of business here at the board?
They have.
At this time, the state asks and moves that marked Exhibit B12 be admitted into evidence.
Wait 1 second, please. Check something. We have no objection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's admitted.
Ms. Jones, on the first page of Exhibit B12, what employee name exists on this document?
Is your page one this page?
Employee name.
Oh, Star May.
And is there a chain of custody number listed on this document?
Yes.
And what is that chain of custody?
Chain of custody number 211480130.
What collection date exists on this form?
The collection date is May 10th, 2019.
And the test type, what does it state on this form?
Reasonable suspicion.
Result, what does it say here on this document?
Positive for morphine.
Was this screen medically reviewed?
Yes.
By whom?
The medical review officer, which is an MD, and his name and number is on the bottom of the document.
Does a signature appear on the document?
Yes, the signature is on the document of the medical doctor.
Okay. The second page of Exhibit B12. Do you locate a specimen number on the chain of custody?
Yes, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a specimen ID number.
And what is that number, please?
That specimen ID number is 211480130.
Does that specimen number match the chain of custody number you testified to earlier? And whose name appears in step 4 that states to be completed by donor? Whose name appears?
Star Lynn May.
What date appears by the donor?
May 10th, 2019.
And lastly, Ms. Jones, the last page of Exhibit B12. Can you verify whether or not this test has been GCMS confirmed?
Yes.
Okay. And the calibration for the GCMS confirmation, what drug was positive?
The codeine morphine.
Okay. Can you read the value? What value exists on this document for the record?
Okay, for the codeine morphine, 2000 ng per ml.
And right above there, Ms. Jones, do you see where it states drug test result? In the middle of the page?
See.
That's right.
Yes,
Okay. What does it state on the document after drug test result?
call MRO.
What does MRO stand for?
Sure.
The first page of Exhibit B12.
Okay.
Would you agree that medical review officer is written out under Brian Hillman, MD?
It is.
And so would call MRO, what does call MRO?
It's an acronym for medical review officer.
All right. I'm going to hand you now, Ms. Jones, what's been marked not yet entered into evidence. I believe this exhibit is B13. For identification purposes, can you identify what B13 is for the board?
Exhibit B13 is an employee termination report for Starlyn May.
Okay, and the second page of that exhibit for identification purposes,
The drug screen, it's a non-DLT drug screen report for Starlyn May.
okay? And how did you receive this information, Ms. Jones?
Both of these documents were included in the documents requested by subpoena.
And do you maintain that this information, while collected in the course and scope of your position as investigator, they've been maintained in normal course of business here at board offices?
It has.
At this time, the board tenders exhibit B14, requesting that B14 be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Is it 13 or 14?
Part, is it 13? 13.
What you said. Wait,
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. B13 is admitted.
And hand you, Ms. Jones, what has been marked, not yet entered into evidence, mark exhibit B14. For identification purposes, can you identify marked exhibit B14?
Exhibit B14 is a PMP for Star May.
Okay, and how did you obtain this PMP? And tell the board what PMP stands for,
It's a prescription monitoring program.
okay? And do you testify that the Board of Nursing is authorized pursuant to law to obtain a prescription monitoring profile of any registered licensed nurse here in the state of Mississippi?
That is correct.
And is this, to your understanding, kept in control with the pharmacy board with all reports being confidential, provided to investigations that deal under the purview of the Board of Nursing?
That is correct.
Okay. And is it your testimony that you obtained this profile in the course and scope of your investigation of Ms. May as it related to a drug screen positive for morphine? Has it been maintained in normal course of business here at board offices?
Yes.
Did you obtain this, Ms. Jones, through a database that, again, requires specific information for identification before the report can be tendered?
That is correct. You have to have a name and a date of birth and an address before, in order to put that information in the system.
At this time, the state would move exhibit B14 be allowed to be entered into evidence.
no objection.
B14 is admitted.
Ms. Jones, specific to around the time of the allegation, May 10, I'd like for you to go to page 2 of exhibit B14. Can you identify for the board the first prescription you see in the year of 2019, as in the most current year of 2019?
Yes, I do see 1/19/2019.
Okay, and what is that prescription?
ZOLPIDEN, 10 milligrams.
Is that Ambien?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see another prescription for Ambien on February 18th, 2019?
I see another one for February 18th, 2019.
Okay. And what do you see on February 22nd, 2019?
Okay, for February 22nd, and I'll spell it PHENTERMINE, 37.5 milligrams.
Is there another prescription on February 22nd, 2019?
It is
What is-
HYDROCODONE ACETAMIN 10-325.
17, 2019.
17th is ZOLPIDEM. 10 milligrams.
And April 15, 2019.
April 15 is ZOLPIDEM, 10 milligrams.
After the April 2019 date, what is the next date that appears on the profile?
Next date on the profile is February 28th, 2020.
Okay. Now, there are other prescriptions. Would you agree with me on this profile?
That is correct.
But specific to the allegations of May 10, 2019, is it your testimony that you have before the record and to the panel relayed all prescriptions that are listed here in the year of 2019?
That is correct.
Ms. Jones, I want to hand you what's been marked, not yet entered into evidence, marked Exhibit B16. For the record, can you identify marked Exhibit B16?
Exhibit B16 is a document from Queen City Nursing Home. The second page is a report from the Director of Nursing, Joanne Hawkins.
Okay.
Third page is a MAR dated May 2019 for patient A. The next page is nursing notes for that particular patient. And the last one is a time card report.
How did you obtain these documents, Ms. Jones?
Documents were requested from Ms. Joanne Hawkins, the Director of Nursing.
Okay. And did you collect these documents in your position as investigator for the Board of Nursing?
That is correct.
And have you maintained these documents in the normal course of business here at the board?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the board would tender Exhibit B16 and ask that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. B16 is admitted.
The second page of Ms. Jones of Exhibit B16. Can you tell the board what your understanding is as to even why B16 is important to this case?
B16, page 2 is a report from the Director of Nursing at Queen City Nursing Home. Ms. Hawkins was asked to review her files to see if there were any patients that Ms. May would have administered morphine to for the month of May 2019. And this is her report indicating that during the month of May, Ms. May only saw one patient in that facility that had an order for morphine, and it was the order was for 0.5 milliliters given under the tongue every 3 hours PRN. And in addition to that, the MAR indicates that on 5/8/19, that drug was supposedly given to the resident.
Okay. And from your review of this exhibit, Ms. Jones, the MAR indicates that Ms. May administered morphine on May 8, 2019. What do the nursing notes show as to this patient and the administration of morphine for 5/8?
Okay, for the date of 5/8/2019 on the MAR, there are no initials for Ms. May for 5/8. Well, there's one at 6:20 on 5/8 for the morphine. The nursing notes dated from May 6, 2019 through May 8, 2019. There's no indication that a patient assessment was done on the patient in order for that 0.5 milliliters of morphine to be administered.
So information relayed to you from Ms. Hawkins, is it true then, Ms. Jones, that Ms. May was assigned a patient on May 8, and it appears that she administered morphine on May 8 to that patient?
That is correct.
And what is the date in question as to the matter before the board today regarding Ms. May?
The allegation is dated May 10th, 2019.
The state at this time would tender the witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So, good morning, Ms. Jones. How are you doing?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
It's been a long time. I haven't seen you in a good while. So I'm trying to see so 2 days before May the 10th, my client was handling morphine. Is that what the records indicate?
On May 8th.
2 days before, yes, 2 days before May the 10th, correct?
That is correct.
And so in what manner specifically was she handling the morphine as you understand it?
Based on the report from the DON at the facility, it was a 0.5 milliliters, and Miss May should have drawn that up in a syringe and put that up under the patient's tongue.
Okay. And so is that normally done with gloves on or you may not know some of these answers, I understand, but is that normally done with gloves on or do they wear gloves? You know?
I don't know that.
Okay. So if she had, you do have some knowledge about how these things work, I'm assuming. So as an investigator, if she did not have gloves on and she threw up the morphine, I guess it's possible morphine would have infiltrated her system in that manner, correct?
I don't know.
Could that be one possible explanation as to why she tested positive for morphine?
I would just object, asked and answered. She's already answered. She doesn't know as to if the medication was on her hands or not. And then she's he's calling for speculation.
Testified for the witness. That's not the question put before Ms. Jones.
Then objection to speculation.
Sustained. You may rephrase.
Based upon what you know, did you find anything in the record which might indicate as to why this May testified positive for morphine?
Can you restate your question, please?
Based upon your investigation, particularly what you found on May the 8th, did you find anything which might indicate why she tested positive for morphine?
No.
Well, she was handling morphine on May the 8th, correct?
It is noted on the MAR, but not in the nursing notes.
Right, but you testified that she was apparently physically handling, you don't know if she had gloves on or not, morphine on May the 8th, correct?
Okay, objection asked and answered.
She hasn't answered that question, Judge.
She has.
She has, Mr. Alonzo.
All right, well, let's go back and during your investigation, when you started investigating Ms. May, I'm assuming that you went back and looked at her record, correct, over the years?
What record are you referring to?
Her disciplinary record, her background.
I would object. That was not, that's outside cross.
Outside the cross. She's
Right.
She's on cross examination.
You're only permissible, right, to ask questions regarding what was asked in direct examination? That's improper cross?
No, I don't think that this woman is on cross examination. I'm not limited by her direct examination. She's a witness that's testified against my client. Judge, I have a right to ask her pretty much anything.
Your objection is noted, Ms. May. You may proceed, Mr. Alonzo.
Thank you, Judge. Wow, so weird. Okay, so you did an investigation of my client, right?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of that investigation? What were you trying to find out?
The purpose of the investigation was because our office received a complaint from the facility that indicated that Ms. May had a positive drug screen.
Okay, so you were investigating my client based upon the positive drug screen. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. And then the fact that we also had pictures of a blister pack in her vehicle.
Right. So anyway, yeah, I'll get to that in just a minute. So during your investigation of my client because of the positive drug screen, did you find any other positive drug test?
I didn't subpoena any other drug
Okay,
screens.
let me ask you my question again. Did you find any other positive drug test?
No,
Okay. Did you find any prior arrest of, for drug activity?
I did not look into that avenue for arrests.
Okay, let me ask you the question again. Did you find any prior arrest for drug activity?
No, not with what I subpoenaed, no.
Okay. Did you find in your investigation, and Ms. Jones, I know you do a thorough investigation because I've known you for years. So during your investigation, did you find any witnesses, for example, coworkers, who indicated to you that Ms. May appeared to have a drug problem?
No,
Did you find any documents, like, for example, disciplinary records, medical records, or complaints by her director of nursing indicating that Ms. May appeared at work in a disoriented fashion or appeared at work while she was under drugs?
no,
Did you find, did you talk to the investigating police officer in this particular matter?
no, I did not because there wasn't an arrest, so I did not talk to the police officer.
Correct, and that was my next question. So an actual police officer was called out to the scene. He came out to the scene. I guess he did some kind of minimal investigation, and he decided not to arrest Miss May. Correct?
I would object, causing for speculation. If Ms. Jones
Well,
was
she
not there,
testified
there's
to
no
what
way
you
she
know.
can deduce whether or not the police officer intended to arrest Ms. May.
Do you know if my client was arrested or not?
Wait, I would ask that the AG be allowed to rule on the motion, please. Or the objection.
Objection sustained.
Was my client arrested in this particular matter?
No,
Okay, thank you. Now, did you actually, I'm sorry, I didn't understand, Ms. Jones, if you actually had ever spoken to my client. Did you actually ever speak with her?
no, there were 2 interview letters mailed to Ms. May, but she
Right.
never responded.
I wasn't home.
Okay, Ms. May, you can't comment. You can testify, so just please don't say anything.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, I should let you say that, but I didn't know. I just have a few more questions, Your Honor. Let me just make sure I have this clear. So my client has been, according to your records, looking at the licensure. I think she was licensed as a nurse in 2006. Is that correct? That's it.
I don't have the document in front of me that was printed off from nurses, so.
Okay. Well, you have no reason to dispute that fact.
Let the record reflect the state has provided Ms. Jones exhibits B2 and B3.
B3, she was licensed on August 29th, 2006.
Okay, so basically 13 years after that event, you started investigating her for the positive drug screen, correct?
I started investigating her based on an allegation that was submitted to the Board of Nursing.
And part of that investigation would have been that you would have gone back and looked at her 13-year history during her work activities to see if there was any misconduct, not just drug activities, but misconduct, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by not necessarily?
Sometimes we ask if there are any other personnel issues or any other write-ups for the person, but based on this particular time, that was not included.
Okay, so in any event, you didn't find any other misconduct, did you?
I don't have possession of any other misconduct.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not find any other misconduct, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So basically, there was, during this woman's 13-year history, there was one issue that showed up on your radar, so to speak, and that was the positive drug test for morphine in 2019, correct?
I'm going to object to that question. Again, Ms. Jones has not been with the board for 13 years. That is speculation.
Judge, she's testifying for the witness. This woman, Miss Jones, is an experienced investigator. I've talked with her on numerous occasions. She knows how to answer these questions. The question is very simple. Did she find any other misconduct? She only found one misconduct, and that was in 2019, right? Is that correct, Ms. Jones?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. Judge, let me just look at my notes real quick, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just look at something.
Certainly.
Judge, can I take a 2-minute break and talk to my client over the phone to make sure there's nothing else she wants me to ask her? Because I can't do that. My client's not with me. She's
Okay, why don't we just take a 5-minute recess? Would that be okay?
Yes, I just want the court to be aware. Yes, I want to talk to my client. Yes, just
Okay, I have 11:15. We will resume at 11:20.
thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I do not have
So the other thing is, the medication. Yes, look at that. So they have a right to have your medication. So the nurse will-
Mr. Alonso, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything further for this witness?
Just a couple, Judge. This, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, look, Miss Jones, will you turn to Exhibit 8? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I have Exhibit 8.
Okay, so look at the third page, and it doesn't have a number on it, but it has on the third page at the top right-hand corner, it says page 8. You see that page?
Do.
What is this document what is this?
This is a facility report from Queen City Nursing Home.
Okay, and I don't want to misstate it. I just want you to try to explain it to me, but as I understand it, it looks like what they did here is they went back to see if Miss May had, I guess, shortchanged some of the patients on their medication. Is that a fair statement?
I would have to read this in its entirety to make sure.
Yeah, well, if you would, and you don't have to read all if you don't want to. You can go down and read the second to the last paragraph, which begins with emergency Q18. I think the answer may lie there. Would you read that for a moment? I have a question for you.
Okay,
So it looks like they went back and they interviewed 5 of the residents trying to find out if they had been, I guess, shortchanged on their pain medication, right?
based on this report, they went back to talk to the residents to see if they were experiencing any type of pain.
Okay. Why do you think they did that?
Again, objection, speculation.
She's
He's
been
asking why.
speculating all day, Judge.
I'll allow it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge.
It appears that they were trying to check and see if maybe any patient had not gotten their pain medication as prescribed.
And the result was it looked like they were pretty much all on their pain medication, correct?
What the report says is that none of them experienced pain.
Okay. So, okay, so you agree the report indicates that none of them had any complaints about excessive pain. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, if you look at, wait, let's see. One other document, Judge, I think I'm done. You look at the photographs, the exhibit of the photographs found in the car, Miss Jones, you see those? I forgot the number. I think that's B10. Ms. Thompson, is that B10?
Yeah, B10.
B10, you look at B10 on the third document on B10, the third photograph, what has the blister pack, I guess is what that's called. You see that, Ms. Jones?
I do.
What does it say at the top right-hand corner of that photograph? Does it indicate that that blister pack is a substitute for narco? Do you see that?
What I see in the upper right-hand corner is, I don't see, I do, a substitution for narco.
Okay. You do see that on the state's exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Ms. May, any redirect?
Just a few questions. Ms. Jones, how long have you been with the Board of Nursing?
I've been with the board for 3 years.
Okay, and in what capacity have you been in the investigation division?
An investigator.
Okay, and how many of the 3 years have you been an investigator?
2 of the 3.
And in those 2 years, hard to say, but you've received lots of allegations in those 2 years, correct?
That is correct.
And pursuant to law 73-15-17, isn't it your duty to investigate every allegation that comes to board offices via telephone, via your supervisor, via interview, whatever it may be? Isn't it your duty to investigate that complaint as it comes to the board?
That's correct.
Okay, and when an investigation cannot be of public record, is it also your duty to maintain confidentiality of all content of the file?
Absolutely.
And in your 2 years, can you testify as to what you know regarding public record about any allegation of Miss May?
If it's not a public record, then I cannot discuss that.
Okay? And how many times have you then investigated Miss May as it relates to anything being public record?
This would be the first allegation for public record.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. May.
No further questions.
Ms. May, I did note that you reserved your cross for Ms. May, the license fee.
Yes,
Would you like to
yes,
do that at this time?
yes.
Mr. Alonso,
Yes, sir.
at this time, Ms. May will cross-examine your client. Still available?
Yes, sir. Miss May, you there? Miss May?
Thank you.
I don't know what happened to her. Did she get cut off? Do y'all see her?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Ma'am, we-
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead if you need to speak with her.
No, I was just gonna tell her that she's under cross-examination. Needs to answer the questions.
You may proceed, Ms. May.
Miss May,
Yes, ma'am.
am I understanding in your earlier testimony that you stated you had not ingested or taken any drug whatsoever prior to the incident in question, May 10, 2019?
No.
No.
That's an inappropriate characterization. She did not testify to that at all.
Again, I would object to counsel testifying.
Mr. Alonso,
Take-
if you have an objection, you can make that, but please reserve that to an objection and not testimony.
The only
I'm sorry, Miss
medications
May.
that
What, is there
Go
a
ahead.
question? Is there a question?
Yes, I want to confirm your earlier testimony in that you testified that previous to May 10, 2019, you had not taken any drug.
Objection.
Is that what you stated?
Objection.
illegal drug or prescription drug?
Either.
Yeah, no, I did not say that. I had my accident 5 years ago, and since then, I have been prescribed medication.
Okay, so if
Since
your accident,
before 5 years ago, no.
okay, so what date would be 5 years ago? 5 years ago from 2021?
I think it was it happened in 2015.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that. So if your testimony is that you had not received any ingested any drug prior to 2015, I just want to ask you, are you familiar with the Mississippi Public Information Act?
No.
Okay. Do you know that if the board were asked if there were any public information regarding any disciplinary matter against your license, that the board would be authorized to provide it?
Right.
Were you aware? Yes or no?
No.
Wait. I didn't hear that question. I'm not getting the volume on that. What was the question? It went blank. I'm sorry. What's
The
the question?
question is, was she aware that the Mississippi Board of Nursing would be authorized to provide any public information as mandated by the Mississippi Public Information Act as it would exist to a licensee to include Ms. May? And I'm asking her, does she understand that?
I understand.
Okay. So then I would ask you if you do understand that, then you are aware that it is public information that you were in the recovery nurse program with the Board of Nursing beginning in 2006, August 29th, 2006. Isn't that correct?
For a DUI.
Now that 2006 recovery nurse program participation was for 2 years, was it not?
I believe so.
And then you were not released from the recovery nurse program. Isn't that correct? Because you did have a DUI January of 2008. Is that correct?
That's the right year, yeah.
And in that document, that's a public record of 2008, isn't it also true that you were diagnosed and asked to admit to inpatient treatment for a chemical dependency?
I was not diagnosed. I had to do it to comply with the board.
Okay. But if the public record document states that you were diagnosed for chemical dependency and admitted for treatment, would you disagree with me then?
No, because it was for alcohol and a DUI, and I had to do it to keep my license.
So is alcohol a drug, Ms. May?
It is.
Okay. And you completed that program in 2013, is that correct?
I believe so.
So for 7 years, you were in a monitoring program by the Board of Nursing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 6 years later, we are now visiting an allegation of May 10, 2019, involving a positive screen of morphine by you and patient medication in your car, correct?
No patient medication, no drugs were in my car.
Okay. Well, let me restate that question. Do you admit that there was a blister pack, an empty blister pack of patient J in plain sight in the back of your car on May 10, 2019?
There was a blister pack in my car and with no refills, outdated, that ended up in there because it was in my folder, along with
Okay.
other report sheets and blister packs, not necessarily narcotics.
Okay, so you admit you placed the blister pack in your car by virtue of putting it in a folder. Is that your testimony?
I don't remember it, but this is the only logical explanation.
Okay. And are you aware of HIPAA law?
Yes,
May?
and I know, yes, and I know that it was wrong.
Do you know that the offense is criminal to have patient medication or even an empty medication that belongs to a patient in your car?
It was a paper blister pack. It was not medication.
You testified that you would shred patient information. Is that my
Yeah.
understanding?
Yes.
And who authorized you to do that?
If you have a report sheet, we come in, we get report every night. That report sheet is my report sheet with all my patient information on it, with everything. Yes, when I no longer have that patient, I shred the information.
And my question was, who authorized you to shred it?
Because you can't have malingering patient information, and it was my personal report sheet. It's my notes. It's my notes. It's not a document for the facility. It's when I'm assigned patients, I have to write down their diagnoses, what's wrong with them, what I have to give them, their drug interactions, family members, and all that. It's for so I can keep up with my patients. If I no longer have that patient, then I have to discard the information.
Ms. May, let's.
Mr. Wiggins,
Answer it, please.
as officer of the court, would you direct the witness to answer the question, please?
Mr.
I think you-
Alonso, would you please instruct your client to respond to the question?
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
May, would you please respond to the question?
Ms. May, listen to Ms. Thompson's question and answer them.
Who authorized you to shred patient information?
I guess that would be the facility.
So is your testimony the facility told you to shred and destroy patient information?
I don't know. It's my own personal notes. It's my notes that I write down. It's not a MAR. It's not assessments. It's my personal notes. So I will know the patient that I get and report that every other nurse on planet Earth does.
Listen to her question and answer it
I'm
with
just
respect.
confused.
Okay, just listen to and be nice, answer the question like you're supposed to. Thank you.
In your folder, you said, and make sure I understand you, when you were testified earlier, that there was patient information contained in the folder that was in the backseat of your vehicle. Am I correct?
See what you're saying. Yes. Blister packs. Yes, you're supposed to black out the name and you're supposed to shred it. Yes. I'm sorry. I got confused. Yes, you're supposed to shred old, outdated blister packs and black out the information. I thought we were talking about my personal report sheets, not from the facility, but just what I write down.
So then let's just move on and let's make an understanding here. So you would agree with me then that what you did with regard to the blister pack, whether or not it was empty or not, certainly was a breached confidentiality of the patient and was unprofessional.
Objection's
Had
been
some
asked.
unprofessional conduct.
It's been asked and answered, Judge. She's been on this for a good while. now. Objection.
Counsel, let's be mindful that we ask questions and not testify.
All right. Ms. May, as related to Exhibit B11. And I'm looking at the EMAR. You did not document given the medication to patient J on February 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
What do you mean I didn't document?
Well, I'm looking at the exhibit, the EMAR.
Which exhibit?
And
That's going to be the second.
computer or signing it out?
Would you give her the exhibit number, please? So she can look at it.
It's going to be Exhibit B11, the second page.
I think what had happened that day, I signed out the medication, gave the medication to the patient, and was going to go back. That this is what happens a lot of times, especially when you got 25 patients to yourself. Sign out the medication, you give the medication to the patient. You don't have time to necessarily at that point document everything in the computer. So therefore, you can do that on your shift and go back and put the actual time that you do that in the computer. Well, everything kind of went haywire that morning with everything that happened. And then when I left, I didn't get a chance to go back and finish my assessments. I didn't get a chance to finish documenting in the computer, but I signed out the medication with my name, with my initial, and that I was the last person that took the last medication off that blister pack. And yes, the blister pack ended up in my folder.
Okay.
We're talking about
Would you agree with me?
two different things. I'm so confused.
Well, just listen to her question and answer it.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you learned in nursing schools, don't document as having administered, that it wasn't done?
I did document that I administered. I document that I signed it out and the time I signed it out and the time I gave it.
But on the EMAR, your initials are not there, correct?
Well, then that was a mistake. Nothing was hidden. I showed that I gave the medication and the time and the date. It's like it's like double charting.
Let's look at B12. Let's look at the second page of B12. step 4 asks that you, that step 4 asks that this box be completed by the donor. Is that your name that appears to be in the signature line for donor in step 4, Ms. May?
I haven't even looked at it. I'm sure it is.
Okay, so you don't dispute that you did submit a specimen on May 10, 2019.
I
correct?
did, because they asked me to.
And this was a result of them finding medication cards in the back seat of your car in plain sight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the result was positive for morphine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that day in question, let me find my notes. Is it your testimony? You didn't ingest heroin, did you, on that day?
No,
Morphine? Did you take morphine that day?
no.
Codeine?
Norco,
I'm not getting the questions. I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. She's breaking up. Would you repeat just the last part? I didn't get the last thing you just said.
Yes, I asked if she had taken heroin. She said
I
no.
got that. Yeah, I
I
got that.
asked if she had ingested morphine. She says no. I'm asking Miss May, did you take any codeine? Not Norco, codeine.
no. Is
Poppy
Norco
seeds.
codeine it? Is Norco? No, I don't know. This is codeine's
seeds.
not Norco. No.
Poppy seeds.
What's that?
Poppy seeds. Did you ingest poppy seeds?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
Not that I'm
So
aware
you
of.
don't,
Like this in bread?
okay. I'm just asking the questions.
I was taking a
So if you-
over-the-counter decongestant and Claritin and Benadryl for bronchitis at the time.
And so if you had testified that you were not taking those things, you don't dispute the fact that the result was confirmed by a medical review officer as positive for morphine. Would that be correct?
If that's what they say,
I'm asking you what the screen was. You don't dispute the fact that it was confirmed positive by a medical review officer for morphine, correct?
correct.
Okay. So at the end of the day, Ms. May, if you've admitted that the test is positive for morphine, if you admit that there's patient information, i.e. a blister pack that was found in plain sight at the back of your car, wouldn't you agree with me then that you're guilty to the allegations that the state has alleged before the panel today?
Guilty of, yes, I am. I don't remember the card being placed in my car because it had been 3 months. But yes, if it was in my car and I was the last person that took the medication off and there wasn't any refills, I can very well see how it ended up in my car. But it wasn't through any ill intentions. And certainly if I had anything to hide, I wouldn't have had it sitting there in plain sight. Not that I know how to be deceitful, but that's just common sense.
And it was your
And it was
testimony.
wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. And it's just, I guess it's just, you can't leave anything at that particular job. You couldn't leave your report sheets around or anything like that. I try to keep everything in my folder if I'm assigned to a patient so that I can keep it all together mentally. And I mean, I can see how it ended up in my car, especially if I had to call the doctor, if there was no refills and I had to call and get a refill on that medication or see if it was going to be DC'd or whatever, because every nurse has to do that. Typically, the end of your shift, you're going to black out the information and you're going to shred the blister pack. You're not going to have it in your folder and end up in your car. And then somebody who hates you see it in your car. You don't even know it's in your car. And here I am 2 years later, screwed.
Okay, just answer her questions, Ms. May. Just answer the questions.
Do you agree with me that the facility followed their missing narcotic policy and they suspended you when they discovered that the blister pack was in the back of your car?
Yes, but there was no drugs missing. I've never had a
And let's look
medication come up missing under my watch, ever.
Okay. Let's now go to the medication profile that's been marked and admitted into evidence, and I believe it's B14. Specifically, I'm looking at the second page.
I'm coming.
Are you there, Miss May?
I'm here, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't,
Right,
I
you
don't
see the
have
same-
anything in front of me.
okay. Did you hear Miss Jones' earlier Did you hear Miss Jones' earlier testimony about the medications that were listed on the profile in the year of 2019?
Yeah, I heard her, and yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, I have a print off of all my medications right here.
Okay, and so you would agree with me that the drugs that Ms. Jones reported that's listed on your profile in the year of 2019 were Ambien, phentermine, hydrocodone with acetaminophen, and that's all that's listed here. Would you agree with me with that?
Say them one more time.
For the year of 2019, Ambien, hydrocodone, acetaminophen, and phentermine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, the first page of B14 lists that the last prescription that was filled in December of 2020 was Lyrica and Ambien. Would you agree with me on that?
December 2020, yes.
Okay. And then the
But
month
I'm
before
not,
that,
I'm not having to take the Ambien because when I first got home, I've been pretty okay with being able to sleep. So I'm not even having to, it's PRN. It's just as needed, just in case. Because I have nightmares from all those bodies. But I haven't been having to take it, just the Lyrica.
okay. Well, would you agree with me then that the Ambien prescription, pretty much every month in the year of 2020, there is a fill for Ambien by you?
Probably because I'm going to get it filled. Yeah.
Okay. And you're taking Lyrica as well, correct?
Yes. PRN.
Is that all the medications that you were taking?
Yes.
I want to go down to R1.
The doctor switched me from Norco to Lyrica, and the Lyrica is more for neurological pain for what I've got going on, and that's what helps me.
R1 is the evaluation from Dr. Ronaldo Angeles, correct?
D'Angelo. Yeah. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
And it was your testimony that you had previously worked with this doctor?
He was the medical director and addictionologist for years at the Good Samaritan Hospital, contracted with. But I didn't work under him. He had been their medical director, and I had seen him. I didn't work under him.
And you've submitted to him to obtain a chemical dependency evaluation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, because being in Texas, I called the Texas Peer Review Board. That's what they're called for the Board of Nursing in Texas. And I didn't have any luck with 3 of them. They didn't have a problem doing the assessment, but they had to have an order, and I couldn't get an order. So I just went to an addictionologist and psychiatrist that, you know, that was familiar with, and asked him if he could do the assessment. You know, he's 70 something years old. He's experienced. He knows his stuff. I'm sorry.
Were you
I didn't get
aware-
much sleep last night. I'm just tired.
Were you aware the Nebraska Board of Nursing has not approved this doctor?
That's what you had told us. Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that he's been
For the board, yeah, I mean,
disciplined by the California Board?
do what?
Are you aware that he's been disciplined as well by the California Board?
Who has?
This doctor?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. And did he administer the DSM-5 to you during your evaluation?
What's DSM-5?
He obviously did not. Did he administer any tests to you during the time that you spent with him regarding your evaluation?
He did background history and a lot of the phone assessments.
Did you present physically to this doctor for your evaluation?
I have in the past. For this particular one, no, because I was in a different state. Just like what we're doing right now.
Okay. And did you, but did he administer a SASE-4 test with you?
No, he asked me all the questions.
Okay.
I was just pushed for time, and working 84 hours a week, it's just hard to get it all in. I wanted to do the Texas one, but I couldn't get an order. I mean, I'll see any evaluator. I'm compliant. I don't have anything to hide. I'm compliant. I'll do, I've done everything that you've asked.
Listen to her questions and answer the questions, please, Ms. May. You're doing fine.
It's just been hard to
Just wait.
find
Just
enough.
wait.
So Ms. May, given the fact that you did not appear in person to be evaluated by Mr. Dr. De Los Angeles, you did not submit to any drug testing on that day in question. Is that correct?
I got the drug testing done at the same time, but it was in Lubbock, Texas, where I'm working.
Okay, and let's move to R2. R2 purports to be a test, a hair follicle test. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I do not see a chain of custody with this hair follicle test.
I'm
So
not
how would the
sure
board?
where I got
Some
the
of-
lab where I got it done. You have to present your valid driver's license, sign some documents. I signed some documents. I don't know about a chain of custody, but I signed documents. I sent that to my attorney, and I sent the results to my attorney along with my driver's license and my ID that I had to give them to be able to take the hair follicle test. And they bounced
you agree-
in my head, taking the hair out.
Okay. Would you agree with me? There's no signature by you on this document that purports to be a hair follicle test?
No, I had my driver's license. I signed stuff. Yeah, before I got the test. That's my hair.
And the board
It's
does not
my
have
driver's
that.
license. It's me. I did another hair follicle test yesterday.
That's good.
And then in R3, R3 purports to be a rapid result screen. Is that correct?
On the urine. Yes,
Yes.
that was
Yes, it does
observed.
not contain a chain of custody. It does not contain a chain of custody, correct?
I mean, where do you get, I don't know where you get a chain of custody from. I went there and told them all the tests that I needed done, gave them my valid driver's license. They verified that it was me. I signed permission for them to take my hair and my urine.
Okay. Would you agree with me, this document was not medically reviewed because it was not GCMS confirmed?
I don't know. You told me to go get drug tests done, and that's what I did.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I
Well,
did it again
That's not the
yesterday.
question. The question is, would you agree with me that there's no chain of custody or GCMS GCMS confirmation with this screen, and it's not been medically reviewed? Would you agree with me?
Have no idea. You told me to get a chemical dependency evaluation done, and that's exactly what I did. I did what you told me to do. I was compliant. So if it doesn't meet your standards, I've told my lawyer, tell me what you want. I'll go through loops and do it.
Okay,
That's not the question, Ms. May. Is
Listen
there a
to her question
GCMS
and
confirmation?
Answer her
I
question.
don't know, Miss Thompson.
Judge, she's asking.
I don't
answer that.
know.
She said 3 times. She doesn't know. Ask and answer.
I'll let the record reflect that R2 and R3 have not been admitted into the record.
Well, I think they have been admitted into the record. I don't know that.
They've been marked, but they've not been entered.
So noted.
We moved to introduce those at the beginning of the trial, Judge. We'll move to introduce them now.
Well, I think even at that time, Mr. Alonso, there was an objection to those documents, but
I objected, there was no chain of custody confirmation to those screens.
We moved to introduce those at the beginning of the matter, Judge. We're moving to introduce them now if they were not introduced. Exhibits R1 through R3.
your
I
position
just-
on that, right?
Let Ms. May just.
I would just offer that the same objection would stand, as that it is devoid of any chain of custody or GCMS confirmation. There's no way to confirm that the specimen that was tested to be evaluated by the panel is indeed Ms. May's. If the panel does decide to admit these into evidence, then the state would just only ask that the panel consider that information that the state has relayed, that these are just documents that purport to be what they state they are, but there's no evidence to prove that they are.
Yes, there is. Because there is,
Thank you, Ms.
there
May.
is my initials. There's my
Mr.
initials by
Alonso.
the test with my
Yes.
driver's license and witness.
Ms. May, listen to the judge, and so just, Judge, we've introduced those, we moved to introduce those documents the second time. My client has verified the accuracy, and those documents were produced at Ms. Thompson's request. We had that done, and by the way, that was part of why we did that, was because of the agreement we had yesterday. We were going to work out an agreement. We got those documents to Ms. Thompson. She's only objecting now after the fact.
All right, well, I'll tell you what I'll do on this. We will go ahead and admit them. The state's objection will be noted. I think due to the, I guess, relaxed evidentiary standards, that may be proper. However, I do think we have some issues here with the verification of those documents.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you have any further questions for Ms. May, Ms. Thompson May?
The only question I have is, Ms. May, when's the last time that you drank alcohol?
Last time I drank alcohol, I don't remember.
Correct.
A very long time.
What's your sobriety date?
I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic.
Okay, all right, just answer a question.
I mean, I've made mistakes, but
Okay, Ms. May, just answer her questions, please.
Do you attend AA or NA meetings?
I do not.
Nothing further.
Does the board panel have any questions for the licensee? Appears we have no questions from the board panel. Ms. May, would you like to close? You may do so.
Sure.
Not you, Ms. May, Ms. Thompson May.
Okay.
Before the panel today are the charges against Ms. May's license that allege she has possessed, obtained, furnished, or administered drugs to persons, including self, as well as violated confidentiality of information or knowledge concerning a patient. Today, the state has clearly and convincingly shown this panel that on May 10, 2019, and by admission of Ms. May, that there was a booster pack belonging to patient J, hydrocodone 1035, that was located in plain sight in the back of her vehicle. From that, she submitted to a reasonable suspicion drug test, the results of which confirmed positive for morphine. Ms. May testified she did not ingest codeine. She did not ingest heroin. She did not ingest poppy seeds. Therefore, the only conclusion that we can draw is that she had to have ingested morphine, because the only way a screen for morphine can be confirmed positive for morphine is for her to ingest morphine, absent those things that I asked if she had ingested.
I eat bread.
2 days before May 10th, there is evidence that Ms. May did administer morphine to a patient 2 days before. And in that handling of that morphine, the statement in V16, the state would ask the panel to look at that. That medication had to be used with a syringe and placed under the tongue. And what was concluded by the DON is that there's no way Ms. May could have had contact with that morphine. To suggest that that's how the positive test was positive, because she handled that medication. Ms. May has been under the purview of the Recovery Nurse Program for approximately 7 years. She testified in many inconsistent ways that she had not ingested drugs prior to an incident that occurred in 2015. That simply wasn't true. She was a 2-year contract in 2006, subsequently had a DUI, was back in the Recovery Nurse Program, signed, acknowledged that she had a chemical dependency issue and should go to inpatient treatment. That is a public document pursuant to Mississippi Public Information Act of 1983.
Alcohol.
So before you today, the testimony, the evidence is clear and convincing that Ms. May did indeed violate the Nurse Practice Act, and that this board has authority to impose penalty against that license, to include suspension and or revocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Mr. Alonzo?
Thank you, Your Honor. The issue, my client has been a nurse since 2006. You can see by her demeanor, she's a very strong lady with a strong personality. She's a hard worker. She makes a ton of money working out in Texas. She made a mistake years ago on a DUI matter, and she paid for it. She's paying for it today. The only thing my client did wrong here was possibly a HIPAA violation, and she knows that, and she's admitted that to you guys. She's also indicated to me that, according to the record, she volunteered to the test. She never tried to hide anything, and that test was for morphine. Now, I would submit to you, if my client had such a serious drug problem, at some point, it would have shown up at some other point. She's had one employment for 7 years, another employment for 6 years. And then she worked in New York and she worked in Texas. Every employer loved her because of her hardworking attitude, her demeanor, her posture. She is not a drug addict. The state is asking you to just assume, because of one drug test and possibly out of 100, which comes back positive. Now, I agree with Ms. Thompson May on some matters. Is it likely that the eighth handling of the morphine? Yes, it is. Because if you look at her history, there's nothing else which would indicate my client has ever had such a serious drug problem. She had a drinking problem, but she took care of it. She is now working hard. She handles morphine. It shows up in a positive test. Everything else is simply speculation by the state. Client, a hard worker. She's done what she's supposed to do. She tried to work with Ms. Thompson. We tried to get her all the drug tests. We got a psychological evaluation, which, by the way, the state has not rebutted. The gentleman that gave her the evaluation, because of the COVID restrictions, our client was not able to see him personally. He gave her an evaluation indicating she's fit for duty. She's not a drug user. He also commented on and it's in R1, he also commented on the positive metabolite positive test. To look at my client, to listen to her, to look at her record as a judicial body, to weigh all of that evidence against the one thing, the positive test, and to say she is a morphine drug addict, is an incredible leap the states take. We respectfully submit that you come back with a not guilty verdict. And most importantly, we appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion, close determination, see whether executive session is necessary on this matter.
I make the motion that we go into closed determination.
Then moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on the subject matter. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The panel will now exit to executive session. Mr. Alonso, let's see. We will plan to return by 12:45 with a decision. We ask that you be present at that time.
Yes, sir.
May
For
I
now,
make a closing statement?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see y'all at 12:45. Ms. May, I'll call you shortly. going back to the court shortly, but I wanted to call you while we're back here. What's going on? Sure, sure. Yep, of course. Okay. Well, I mean, it depends. Well, you weren't convicted of it. What did we, so I don't have, what did we plead it down? We put it down to a misdemeanor. What was the misdemeanor charge? What was it? No, that would have been a felony. We got something better. Okay, but he wants to use it in what way? You need to testify in court or, because all right, well, actually, I've never had that happen before. Mark, let me pull back up your file, look exactly what we did. Generally, in those cases, I don't know that that would be admissible at her trial. Might not be. So he can even, how did he find out about it? Yeah, but I don't know that that sounds like this part. All right, let me, Mark, let me pull up the file. Can I get back with you, say Monday or so, Monday or Tuesday? If you don't hear from me, you call me back, okay? What's that? What about it?
I looked in the file, it's really nothing in there.
I just was wondering what we played. Tell me what we played to, what we need to. I'll call it back. I'll listen to that. I'll look for it. But call that woman Kara Ballard back and see, get her in for an appointment. She called about after lunch.
Okay, Kara Ballard?
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. God damn it. Did you? So we could leave, yeah, we could leave like on after 10 or 11.
It's available only to the 13th, but we have to leave Saturday morning.
No,
So,
what we could do is we could go and see, go with the Pharaoh. We just go to the 2 months. Or what we can do, wait, so, you know what, we probably could do. I have to find out something. Let me find out I don't know what the Supreme Court's doing on jury trial, so I need to find out.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
can she
If
leave
it
it open?
Like the ninth. The ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th.
Well, we might can make that work, but I have to see. I don't know. I don't think they're trying cases yet. I don't know if I can find out. Yes, at all. But how long should you leave it open?
No, and I'm still if I book it, but if they don't.
I'll let you know in like a couple of days, but just tell her this is our turn, so we want that time.
Well, she said she would block it off. You know, block it.
Well, what we can do is if it works out, we can leave like on that Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Yes, not yet.
Here, can you hear me?
Hey, Miss May, how are you? You okay?
You can hear,
Okay, I'm just checking.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So we're on the record, don't say anything. They'll be coming on just a minute. PD, excuse me.
Can you hear me? Thomas? Thomas? Mr. Alonso? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can now.
How do I say?
Ask them if they're hiring.
Okay, so we're everybody's listening to us, so just shh. Here, that's how- okay, that's it.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on. I entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 875430, the board panel renders the following: 12-month suspension with drug-related stipulations, 60 months probation, $500 fine, HIPAA course, legal aspects course, substance use and disorder course, documentation course. The licensee is expected to, within 12 months, have completed chemical and psychological evaluations. That documentation is to be forwarded to the board. In addition, AA, NA meetings, drug screens, any quarterly reports, a copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. Barring any questions, we thank you for appearing here today. Mr. Alonso, I appreciate your zealous representation. At this time, you and your client are excused.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. We appreciate y'all's courtesies. Y'all have a wonderful day. Stay safe.
You do as well.
Great job.
Y'all.
Do the book. Do the book. She won't do it. Do the book at her. Perfect.
Yes, Tracy Thomas? Is Tracy Thomas on the line? Who else do we have on the docket? Okay, so that must be Melissa Tracy. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Thomas. Can you hear me? Ms. Thomas, can you hear me? Can you send her a message to please turn up her volume?
But you know, the attorney, his name is. So maybe she's using somebody else's computer.
Is there a Melissa Bracy with
Yes.
us?
Yes,
Ms.
I'm
Bracy?
here.
Thank you, Ms. Bracy. My name is Wesley Mutziger. I'm one of the attorneys for the board. I am actually not prosecuting your case. Ms. Thompson May is. I just wanted to let you know that we are going to be proceeding with Ms. Tracy Thomas next, and that your case will be at some point following Ms. Thomas, okay?
Okay.
And I apologize for any delay. We were backed up by a very lengthy hearing this morning, and so we are a little backed up in our schedule. So I apologize for any inconvenience that may cause.
Okay.
Oh, and also, Ms. Bracy, if you will, as the next hearing is coming up, please go ahead and mute your microphone and remain on mute until your
Okay.
hearing is called to be heard. Thank you. Thomas, can you hear me? Tracy Thomas. Darn. All right, I'll go get my. Okay.
what you drinking?
Oh, that's for me to know. Guess we're muted still.
That's so.
Ms. Collins, can you hear us?
I can.
Shan. Stage is ready.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. The next matter before the board panel, license number R854114. This is an application for restoration. Is the licensee present?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Tracy Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, will there be any witnesses testifying on your behalf besides you?
No, not today. No.
All right, at this time, I'll ask that the court reporter swear you in.
Okay.
Would you raise your right
Okay.
hand, please, ma'am? Do you
Yes, ma'am.
solemnly swear or affirm? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B9 be entered into evidence.
Ms. Thomas, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
I do not.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted. We will begin with opening statements from both parties. There will be an opportunity for the board panel to ask questions of the licensee. I will note that there is a quorum present. I'll ask that the board panel introduce themselves.
Mary Stewart. Teresa Stanford.
Shirley Jackson.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas,
Yes.
you may proceed with your opening statement.
I thank you for the opportunity so much. I mean, I'm ready to proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Mutzeiger?
Yes, I'm going to attempt to be brief. Ms. Thomas does have a history with this board, and I want to cover that now just to give you the appropriate backdrop to understand her position today. She is, in fact, petitioning for restoration of her nursing license. Her nursing license was last revoked in 2009, but her history goes further beyond that. Ms. Thomas was initially licensed by this board in 1996. In 2002, she entered into the Recovering Nurse Program for a period of 2 years. In August of 2005, she surrendered her nursing license due to being non-compliant with the Recovering Nurse Program, as well as participating in a diversion program in DeSoto County that was eventually dismissed in 2006. Next, in 2007, Ms. Thomas was reinstated by this board. At that time, she was placed on probation for a period of 5 years. Then in 2009, two years later, she was revoked by this board due to violating her board order, wherein she altered the chain of custody forms that she submitted to this board. Ms. Thomas then came before this board in October of 2019, asking for restoration of her nursing license. At that time, she had only submitted 9 drug screens for consideration by this board. At that board hearing, the panel determined that the evidence was insufficient to grant her nursing license. Therefore, it was denied. Ms. Thomas is now back before the board today asking for restoration of her nursing license. The burden should be carried by her to show why she is entitled to restoration of her nursing license and that she is fit, safe, and competent to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
You may proceed with your argument in support of your application for restoration.
I can't change the decisions I made in the past. I've been sober a long time. I got out, worked for my husband for a while, took care of my mother-in-law, which passed away in this past September. I had many, many years of good nursing, and I can't change the bad decisions that I made. I've been doing drug screens by way of the board for 2 years and 4 months. The only time I missed one was when I was in quarantine for COVID, September of last year, 2020, because I tested positive on the 18th. I'm just here I've done everything that's been asked of me from the last board hearing, and just hope that it, works out.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Mutzaiger?
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas.
Hello.
And so would it be accurate to state this is your third request for restoration of your nursing license?
Yes, sir.
So the first one being granted, however, your license was subsequently revoked. Your second request being denied, and today being your third request. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And so, Ms. Thomas, do you have a history of substance use or drug dependency?
I do. Opiates being my drug of choice, and but was on Suboxone for a while as a maintenance after I had a lot of dental work, and been completely drug free other than kidney stones a couple of summers ago. 10 years. So,
when did you first learn or realize that you had an issue with drugs and alcohol?
In 2002. I went to treatment in January 2003. I went to Lakeside in Memphis, and it was a impaired professional program where it was inpatient, and I was there from January, and I was discharged in April of 2003.
Over the course of the years in your interaction with the board, have you obtained any other treatment for your chemical dependency substance use disorder?
Other than going to AA, which I still regularly go to, I worked for Memphis Recovery Center until I quit to take care of my mother-in-law, and that was a year ago in January. I worked for them for just over a year, where I worked with teen addicts, other addicts, and took them to meetings and had meetings there. They were inpatient as well, and but no other treatment for myself, no, sir.
So the last treatment that you actually obtained was nearly 20 years ago.
Correct.
And what today do you identify to the board as your sobriety date?
I used to say after my relapse, after treatment, but I got a new sponsor, had to get honest, and there was a reason. Obviously, I was on Suboxone, and that was because I was taking too much for too long of the narcotics when I had all my teeth pulled, and that was in 2009. So, but I've been never abused anything post my relapse, really. I mean, that was in 2004. Oh, no.
So 2004, you state you had a relapse.
Correct.
And that was regarding opiate medication that you ingested?
Correct.
And then you subsequently reinstated with this board in 2007. You were revoked in 2009, but you state you did not use any controlled substances during that period?
I did not. The reason I had to get a Mississippi license again was during the whole multi-state licensure, and I had already been being monitored by the Tennessee Board of Nursing for 3.5 years when we had to get a multi-state licensure in the state that we reside in. And obviously I live in Mississippi. So I did that, and the whole thing about the altering of the drugs, the facts thing, I wrote over it. And, you know, I'm completely at fault for that.
Okay.
But the only thing I've had medicine for a kidney stone, I think it's been 2 or 3 summers ago now. It's been a minute.
Well, let's be clear. I don't think that we've identified a specific sobriety date, Ms. Thomas. Would you please do that now?
Well, I just say 09. I don't say a specific one. July of 09 is what I
So if you will
going
provide
by.
some clarification. Excuse me, Ms. Thomas, I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
If you will provide some clarification, you just identified a relapse as occurring in 04, but now you identify a sobriety date as 2009. Why is 2009 the date at which you are identifying?
Because that's when I got on Suboxone I had a lot of dental work, 3 months worth of dental work, and had been taking the pain medicine just about that whole time, and got on Suboxone for the withdrawals, honestly.
So in 2009-ish, you testify you had 3 months of dental work, then took opiate medication as prescribed, allegedly, and then obtained Suboxone to get off of the medication. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And you have not ingested, other than what you just identified as medication for kidney stones, other than that medication, you've ingested no controlled substance since that time, since 2009?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's get our record clear then. When were the kidney stones?
They were, I want to say it was a couple of summers ago. It was not last summer, maybe 2019.
And I will direct your attention to Exhibit B9, admitted into evidence, the Mississippi Prescription Monitoring Profile Report regarding prescriptions which you've had filled in Mississippi. There are 2 prescriptions listed on Exhibit B9. The first is dated February 15th, 2018 for Suboxone.
Okay, yeah, that was the last I took of that.
2018 is a far cry from 2009. Did you just happen to omit that you also were on Suboxone in 2018?
No, I was on it the entire time, and then I got off of it. I never abused Suboxone. I considered myself clean because I was not taking anything other than that.
So it's your testimony from 2009 to 2018, 9 years you were on Suboxone.
Absolutely. Same doctor.
Okay. And then in June of 2019, you were prescribed hydrocodone, a quantity of 12 from a Joyce Kildo. Is that the prescription that you are referring to for the kidney stones?
Yes, that was the ER doctor.
Okay. And was that doctor, in fact, aware of your history with drug dependence?
Yes, I always notify them. That's why I got so few. And they also gave me Toradol for pain, which is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug.
Okay. And how many of that 12 tablets did you consume from that prescription?
3.
And what was your process? What was your process for administering those drugs?
I guess I'm confused.
Did you
I took them by mouth?
Yes, ma'am. And so you held the medication yourself You
Yes,
maintain
well-
possession of it, is that correct?
I leave it on the counter. My husband's here. He can open the bottle at any time if I ever have anything like that, which I haven't in a long time. And he can pill count. And that's all that I needed. He disposed of the rest.
Okay, so he actually didn't maintain possession, but you did.
Right. Well, we both, yeah. It's on the counter. So, you know, it's where we keep our medicine at home. But yes, sir. I mean, I guess it would be in my possession.
And so you maintain possession of it. You ingested, you say 3 pills, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and do you have anything from your husband in terms of the statement that would confirm what you've told us, that in fact the other 9 were not ingested by you?
I don't. Other than the affidavit, I mean, he lives with me. He knows, you know, that I'm sober. He went through the whole treatment program with me. He knows exactly the ups and downs of it.
And that was, okay, and that was the treatment program 20 years ago, correct?
Correct. We've been married 31 years.
Okay. Fair to say you've had your ups and downs with this board, Ms. Thomas?
I have. And
That's a question. Would that be a fair character? Okay.
That's fair.
Most recently, in 2019, you were denied restoration of your nursing license. Is that correct?
Correct. When I first
And
started
at that
the whole-
hearing, you had only.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
At that hearing,
apologize.
you
Go ahead.
submitted,
Mhm.
according to the final order, 9 drug screens. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And how about today, Ms. Thomas? How many drug screens have you submitted for consideration by this board?
26.
And have any of those been positive?
Absolutely not.
And have you missed any check-ins during that time period?
Only one, and that was on a Saturday morning. My mother-in-law had fallen, and I just forgot to call. It was when I was still working. Just one
And
out
you
of, I don't know how many calls.
And you previously testified that you in fact had a no-show, wherein you were selected for a drug screen, but you did not submit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that that was due to being under quarantine from a COVID diagnosis. Is that correct?
Correct. And I
Have
notified
you submitted?
I'm sorry.
Please continue.
I notified the board. I submitted my positive COVID test. Most of my communication has been through Vera Rucker. I was never given a certain person to notify, but she was nice enough to accept my emails. And I also notified Affinity.
Okay, very good. And as you testify that your sobriety date is 2009, do I have that correct?
Correct.
And that you've been off Suboxone since 2018. What
Correct.
have you done differently, if anything, to maintain your sobriety?
I go to meetings. I work with other addicts. I'm very active in AA more than NA. And I live in a small town now. We have 2 meetings a week that I pretty much try to go to. I did a lot of online speaker meetings, watching speaker meetings. I still do that on YouTube. I don't know. I just feel like I'm in a better headspace. Maybe it's because I'm older. I don't know. I'm more accountable for myself.
Now, you supplied today for the board's consideration reports of your AANA attendance, though it appears they only go up until November of 2019. Did your
I was told
attendance?
I was told I only had to have 12 months worth of the calendars, and that's what I did.
Okay.
I
And
actually
so
had more,
have
but
you,
I only. There's a lag. I'm sorry. I apologize. I keep interrupting you. I'm sorry.
that's quite all right. Do you continue to attend AANA?
Absolutely. Well, mostly AA. I go to very few NA. I used to go to a lot more when I lived closer to Memphis, but now I'm an hour from Memphis. And around here, it's mostly AA. So that's what I've been going to.
How often do you attend?
At least 2 times a week. If I can't go to more, then like I said, I watch online stuff. I still read a lot of the literature.
And do you
I
have a sponsor?
I do.
And how long have you had that sponsor?
Not quite 2 years. Not quite 2 years. And she's like my third sponsor, and she's actually much younger than me, but much wiser. So
you've been out of nursing for quite some while.
I have.
And a review of your employment shows that you were a business owner from 2009 to 2016. Is that accurate?
No, we sold it 2 years ago. We sold it. It'll be 3 years in September that we sold it. So 2018.
Okay. Perhaps I misread your writing. So
That's
a business
probably.
owner from 2009 to 2018. And then you also listed you were a recovery coach. Would you please describe for the board what it means to be a recovery coach, and for how long have you held that position?
I worked at Memphis Recovery Center from that was November of 2018 to January of 2020, and I did recovery meetings with the kids. I took them to these were kids from the age of 13 to they usually aged out at 18. They were in state custody in the state of Tennessee, and we went to meetings. It was just, they came to me if they had questions, if they had work that they had to work on for their therapist, and I helped them with that kind of thing. That's what it pretty much entailed. And I had to quit. My mother-in-law had dementia, Alzheimer's, and required round-the-clock care. So that's why I quit in January of last year.
And without inquiring too much into your personal circumstances, Ms. Thomas, the question does logically arise if you are currently engaging in a caretaking position of a family member. Do you anticipate your return to the nursing practice?
I'm not taking care. She passed away in September. And since then, I haven't worked. I haven't had to. I absolutely want to go back. I will want to go back into dialysis. I feel like that's a safe place for me. There's jobs that I've had that I realized I can't work around opiates, and that's just me. I don't know if I could now. I don't want to find out. So I just feel like a safe place is dialysis, and I loved it before.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at your.
Go ahead.
Please continue, Ms. Thomas.
Well, I was going to say I've also, it wasn't in my board paperwork, but they had said it in the last meeting that I had to take that RN refresher course, and I've actually taken that. But when COVID hit, I was unable to do any kind of clinicals, get a license to do my clinicals. So I've also done that as well through Hines Community Junior College.
So thank you, Ms. Thomas. That is actually exactly where I was headed with my next question. Is your final order, your most recent final order with this board, October 18, 2019, wherein you were denied restoration of your license, there were recommendations given to you, were there not?
Yes. Yes.
And those recommendations included employer reports. Now, you have not submitted any employer reports for consideration by this board, have you?
I have not. By the time I got my paperwork, there was only one. I quit in January. You know what I'm saying? I resigned in January. They had written a letter for my last board, so you can tell what kind of standing I had with them. That was in the last time I went in October, and they were, hoping that I would take the RN position there. Actually, so I had great work history with them.
So would it be fair to say that you had not kept employment due to your personal circumstances? You have testified that you instead became a caretaker, so you haven't had any employment to report. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes, sir.
It also asks that you submit documentation, which I put to you that you have done so in terms of AANA attendance. And we have testimony, not documentation, but rather testimony that goes to your maintained attendance past November 2019.
Absolutely.
We also have recommendations regarding 3 educational courses: righting a wrong, substance use disorder, and disciplinary actions. Did you, Ms. Thomas, complete those educational courses?
I did.
And have you provided documentation today to the board to that effect?
They were in my packet, yes. They were with in the education section.
So, Ms. Thomas, then, would it be fair to say that you have made a diligent effort to comply with the recommendations of the 2019 board order?
I have.
And in fact, you've also completed, as you testified, the didactic portion of the reorientation to nursing course. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes.
And you provided documentation to that effect, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And that documentation does in fact evidence a 98.99% completion rate. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
What does your current support group look like, Ms. Thomas?
My husband, obviously. My mom was around. She's still very active. My daughter, my oldest daughter, is an RN. Her husband is a police officer. My other daughter, I've got 2 very, very best friends. One that I went through recovery with, she went after me, also an RN through the Mississippi Board of Nursing, went through your recovery program. And then my AA family. I have a huge support group that I've never allowed to have in the past.
What would you say is the greatest factor to which you can attribute your sobriety?
The greatest factor? Oh, wow. Keeping me sober. My grandbabies. I have 2 amazing grandbabies, but my age, I just feel like I'm tired of playing games. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I know that I've got many more years ahead of me that I could be a good nurse. I was a good nurse for many years. And I just feel like I can be again.
And you understand, Ms. Thomas, that sobriety is absolutely imperative.
Absolutely.
Should you return to the practice of nursing?
Absolutely.
And you understand it is this board's role to protect the public, that is the consumers of healthcare, from any nurses that may be impaired or otherwise unable to provide good, competent, safe nursing practice.
Absolutely.
And in order to uphold that charge, if this board saw fit to restore your nursing license and did so with conditions such as continued drug testing, would you comply with those conditions?
Absolutely.
Even for a period up to 5 years or 60 months.
Absolutely.
And you understand that requirement would be abstinence from all controlled substances, perhaps even Suboxone.
Absolutely.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Musliger. Any questions for Ms. Thomas for the board panel?
No, thank you very much.
Ms. Thomas, this is Mary Stewart. I appreciate your being here and answering the questions. Who is your medical community of support? Like you talked about your family and AA, but who are your medical providers and that you?
I only go to, I have a nurse practitioner that I go to. She prescribes I'm on an antidepressant, Wellbutrin, and a medicine for high cholesterol. And I see her every 6 months now. Her name is Sandra Newsome.
Okay, and clearly she's aware. Is she aware of your history?
Yes, I put that on my history.
And is that something that you discussed with her?
She's never asked any questions. I mean, I put it on there, on the history. I don't go in there asking, for anything at all. So no,
So it's not
we've never
something
discussed
that
it.
you discussed. Okay.
No,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any further questions from the panel? All right, Ms. Thomas, is there anything further you'd like to share with the board in the form of a closing statement?
I just thank y'all so much for giving me the opportunity. And, if it's God's will that I continue working as a nurse, then it will be. And if it's not, I totally understand. It is, I can't change my past, and I'm the one that wrote that history, unfortunately. So, and I'm the one that has to live with it. So, but I do appreciate y'all's time today. I really, really do.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Tiger.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. A reminder today to the board hearing panel that the burden is to be carried by the petitioner, Ms. Tracy Thomas. It is up to her to convince each of you that she is safe and fit to return to the practice of nursing. It is the opinion of the state that the best evidence offered today would be the 26 negative drug screens. And also, bear with me one moment. The compliance with the 2019 final order of this board, wherein it was requested that she submit AANA documentation and complete 3 educational courses. She has completed those courses, those requirements, and submitted them to the board for your consideration. Ms. Thomas has stated under oath that she has only been off Suboxone since 2018. Therefore, her sobriety from any controlled substance is, in the state's opinion, therefore shorter, much shorter than her stated sobriety date of 2009. I would ask that this board impose any conditions to include drug testing, AANA attendance, to ensure that should you deem fit, she return to the practice of nursing, that she is monitored to ensure her sobriety is maintained for a period up to 60 months or 5 years. I ask that your decision be made within the best interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. This time, I entertain a motion to go into close determination regarding executive session on this matter. Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, a motion for the board to exit to executive session on this matter.
I move that.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session to deliberate on this subject matter. Ms. Thomas, we're going to have deliberation on this matter and will return shortly with a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I just stay on hold?
You can, and probably just mute if possible.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We muted Shannon.
Ms. Smith, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. You're going to be next on the roster. I wanted to just make sure we could hear and see you. Can you turn your camera on? Okay, I do see you. Are you able to see the boardroom chairs?
Yes.
Okay, great. So your camera is working, the mic is working. As soon as they finish deliberating from the last case, you'll be up next.
Okay.
So you can mute and turn your camera off until we start back with the proceedings.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, Melissa. I just sent you a message in your chat box.
Okay, let me look.
Okay.
I do.
You can just put it in the chat box.
Okay,
If you just put the response in the chat box, that'd be great.
okay.
Thank you. We received it. I'll put you back on mute.
Okay.
right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I move that we return to regular session. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are back in regular session. Following deliberation, the board panel renders the following on license number R854114. Reinstated with drug-related stipulations to include support group, $500 fine, 60 months probation. There must be completion of all components of the refresher course, present and future employer notification. The licensee will be allowed 72 months to complete the requirements, indirect supervision, prohibited areas of practice, private duty, temporary staffing, home visits, temporary assignments, unsupervised setting, hospice, long-term chronic care. For the first 12 months, this will take place, maximum hours, 88 hours per 2-week period. Employer reports, aftercare, AA, NA meetings. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. Absent any questions, thank you for your attendance here today, Ms. Thomas. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
All right, good afternoon. The next matter before the board panel, license number R855649. Is the licensee present?
Ms. Smith.
Ms. Smith, are you there?
I'm here.
Please state your name.
Loretta Smith.
Do you have any witnesses testifying on your behalf, Ms. Smith, other than
No.
yourself? I ask that the court reporter swear you in at this time.
Would you please raise your right hand, Ms. Smith? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You need to swear Ms. Rucker in.
Yes, at this time, the state would ask that Ms. Vera Rucker be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, you're not represented by an attorney, is that correct?
That's correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board prior to this hearing?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer for today. At this time, I'll ask the board panel to introduce themselves.
Stewart.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Melissa Stanford.
Thank you. We will have, this is actually a petition to reinstate. We will have opening statements from the parties. We will hear arguments from both sides. The board panel will have an opportunity to question the witnesses. I will note for the record that there is a quorum present. And remind everyone that these hearings are open to the public. Council, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, the state at this time would move exhibits B1 through B11 be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Smith, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No.
All right, thank you. They are admitted. At this time, Ms. Smith, if you have an opening statement, you may make it.
I just want to thank you for your time and consideration today. I have completed my 12 months probation and would wish to get my controlled substance prescriptive authority back. I work at a RedMed urgent care clinic in Hernando. We do not prescribe any controlled substances, but there are several insurance companies that credential us, and those patients that we see require us to have a DEA. Blue Cross is the most insurance that we see, and they definitely require a DEA. So even though we'll not be writing any controlled substances, I do need my DEA back to continue employment there at RedMed, because Blue Cross is threatening to drop me. Molina has already dropped me, so I can't see those patients. Luckily, we don't see very many of those patients. But if Blue Cross drops me, then I will probably have to find another job. So I'm just imploring you to return my controlled prescriptive authority.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. May?
Yes, we are here on the petition of Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith seeks reinstatement of her controlled substance prescriptive authority. A final order by board panel December 3rd, 2019 accepted certain conditions and disciplinary penalties that Ms. Smith agreed to. And that those penalties and conditions were as a result of Ms. Smith writing 21 prescriptions for controlled substances for a patient without seeing and assessing the patient for about 18 months. The agreement that Ms. Smith signed stated that she did write prescriptions for oxycodone, clonazepam, and methylphenidate. And coincidentally, Ms. Smith admitted that those prescriptions were picked up by a caretaker for the patient. Ms. Smith has completed all stipulations contained in the final order, but for having an automatic reinstatement of her controlled substance, as the provision in her agreed order states that should she request controlled substance prescriptive authority, she must come before the panel. The state would just offer that the burden to show why she should have that privilege reinstated is on Ms. Smith.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed with your argument in support of your petition.
As I said, I work at an urgent care, and it's our policy that we don't write anything controlled. If we have somebody that is in immediate need of, for instance, pain medicine for a fracture or anything like that, we send them straight to the ER. We don't treat that. Usually what the most that we give for as far as pain is Toradol or ibuprofen 800. Anybody needing anything stronger than that, we send them to the ER. So we do not write anything controlled. But as I said, the insurances that during the credentialing process, they do require we have a DEA to be credentialed. So that's why, basically the main reason I would need my controlled substance prescriptive authority back. Some of the other nurse practitioners do write like Zyrtec D or Claritin D because it is controlled in Mississippi, but that's not something I typically would want to do in my practice. So that's about the most of the controlled substances that we write.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. May, you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
I do. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you signed an agreed settlement proposal that was approved by the board panel December 3rd, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And when you signed that, you admitted to writing 21 prescriptions for controlled substances without seeing and assessing the patient for approximately 18 months. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And in that agreement, you agreed to accept a formal reprimand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You agreed to pay a fine of $1,000, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed to complete other other educational courses such as documentation, ethics, and legal aspects of nursing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it your testimony today that you have completed all the educational courses and have tendered payment of all the total fine to the board?
Yes.
And in fact, I believe January 8, 2021, your probationary condition was lifted from your license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go with me now to Exhibit B7. And I'd like you to turn to the page at the top where it says page 5 of 8. 5 of 8 is in that left-hand corner. Just let me know when you were there.
And what document is that?
That's going to be your agreed settlement proposal.
Okay.
Go to page 5 of 8.
I keep passing it. I'm sorry.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see paragraph Roman numeral little 7?
Yes.
Not prescribed? Okay.
Yes.
And are those your initials to the left of that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And so you initialed, based on the information in that paragraph, that after a minimum of 12 months, that the applicant may petition the board for restoration of a controlled substance prescriptive authority. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also initialed that you understood in that paragraph, in the event of such petition, that the burden shall be upon you, applicant, to show that you have complied with the order, correct?
Yes.
It also states, and you acknowledged understanding by your initials, that you were to present evidence demonstrating that you are competent to prescribe controlled substances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then further, you signed acknowledging that in the event that you violate the provision, that you would have further disciplinary action imposed upon your license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I ask you because you have answered in the affirmative that you understand what that paragraph says. What information can you provide the board today that demonstrates you're competent to prescribe controlled substances?
My direct supervisor, Kelly Glass, has sent in quarterly reports on my performance. I feel that shows my job performance and my competency to prescribe controlled substance in the event that if I ever do. I plan to be in this job for the rest of my nursing career because I love my job. I love this type of patients in this environment. So I think that is proof that I have through her reports. I think that shows my competency to write controlled substances.
Okay. And you understand that the board cannot just automatically give, or doesn't have to automatically give, or after this hearing, render the decision to grant you prescriptive controlled substance authority. You understand that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
You
understand
their-
it's a privilege, yes.
Okay. And that their ultimate goal and their function as the board is to protect the public. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that it would behoove you to convince the board that what happened when you wrote 21 prescriptions for a patient without assessing them, that you could somehow convince this board that you wouldn't do that again.
I will not do that again. That was a very toxic work environment. The doctor that I was working for had agreed that that's what I should do for that patient because the patient was waiting on nursing home placement. There was a lot of back and forth with him and the family. He didn't want to go, but the doctor had said, okay, just keep giving him prescriptions. And the doctor had done it several times in that same manner. But in this In my present work environment, we do, like I said, we do not write any controlled substances. I'm not asking to have the prescriptive authority back to be able to write controlled substance again. I'm asking basically for insurance credentialing purposes.
And I hear what you're saying, Ms. Smith, but is that, if the board decides to grant you prescriptive authority, would you agree with me that you could write a prescription?
Yes, but I wouldn't in my current job. And like I said, I don't plan on leaving that job. Very happy with that job. And if I went somewhere else, I doubt after all of this, I doubt I would write anything controlled. But unfortunately, these insurances, I don't understand why, but even though we're a clinic that's our policy not to write controlled substances, they require us to have a DEA. But I would definitely not ever do that again, write prescriptions without seeing a patient.
So that was kind of my next line of questioning to you, Ms. Smith. What is your understanding and knowledge of the APRN regulations as it relates to writing controlled substances? What is your understanding?
That you have to see the patient and there has to be adequate documentation as to the reason for the medicine, patient teaching about the medicine, the side effects, and just monitoring the use of the patient with follow-ups.
And you're also familiar with the federal regulations as well with regard to prescribing laws?
Yes.
And what are some of those?
Basically the same thing in that the DEA has ultimate control over your DEA license, and they regulate how much you write, and it's followed by the prescription monitoring program.
Okay. I know that you have submitted for the board, and let's go there now since we're talking about the privilege. The prescriber profile is in B9. And go ahead and make that handy, as well as Exhibit B11, please.
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree with me? Exhibit B9 is the prescriber activity of one Loretta Smith, which is you.
Yes.
And do you see with me there on the prescriber activity on page 1, where it notes that a prescription was written on November 20th, 2020, and another on 12/02/2019?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the 11/20/2020 date of the prescription Polytussin, that was written while you were under the agreement that was approved December 3rd, 2019, correct?
Yes, but I did not write that. I sent documentation of the patient's chart where it shows actually what I sent was Polytussin DM. I spoke to the pharmacist and he said that he could see where the prescription was he could actually see the prescription and that he was going to change that. The prescription was never picked up. But I sent documentation showing what exactly the prescription was that I sent. I sent Ms. Rucker the actual patient's chart that shows what prescriptions are sent. Because our
Yes, and that's
prescriptions
why I
are sent electronically.
Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Continue.
Yeah, our prescriptions are sent electronically, so that shows in the patient chart exactly what prescriptions are sent.
Right. And that's why I had you pull B11 as well to demonstrate to the panel that while your prescriber activity notes that a prescription was written by you during the time in which you were, you had acknowledged that you would not write prescriptions, that indeed that was an error, and that B11 is the documentation you provided does show the panel that that was a mistake, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So is it your testimony then that beyond the mistake that you've provided documentation for, have you written any controlled substance prescription since the time that you entered into that agreed order?
I have not.
And it's your testimony that you will maintain employment where you currently are if the board decides to grant you controlled substance authority?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Smith from the board panel? All right. Since we have none, Ms. May, you may call your first witness.
Briefly, I would call Ms. Vera Rucker. And if you would just state your name for the record, please.
Vera Rucker,
And in what capacity do you serve the board, Ms. Rucker?
compliance officer.
And are you familiar with the case before the panel today of Ms. Loretta Smith?
I am.
How are you familiar?
Her case was assigned to me in December 2019.
Okay, so you were the compliance officer assigned to Ms. Smith's case and conducted the compliance conference with Ms. Smith?
Correct.
Okay, and you also prepared for the board's review, I believe, a compliance report that is admitted into evidence B8.
Yes.
Is it your testimony today that that report is correct and accurate for the board to review?
Yes.
And that absent the controlled substance piece, that Ms. Smith has complied with all conditions as provided for in the agreed order?
She has.
Okay, and that her stipulations were formally removed January 8, 2021.
Correct.
Anything else you'd like to tell the board about this matter, Ms. Rucker?
Just that Ms. Smith was very compliant with her order.
And I actually have one follow-up question to that. You did receive those employer reports, did you not?
I did.
Okay, and based on your review of those, can you just tell the board panel about how Ms. Smith was doing?
From my memory, there was no negative reporting on during her quarterly reports. Her reports were submitted in a timely manner for each quarter.
No further questions. I turn to the witness.
Ms. Smith, do you have any questions for Ms. Rucker? Is she muted? Ms. Smith, I think you may be muted.
I do not have any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rucker from the board panel? Thank you.
Nothing further.
Ms. Smith, if you have a closing statement, you may make it at this time.
I only thing that I could add to what has already been said is for what I was for the problem that I had, I was in a very toxic work environment, and I'm very proud to be out of that work environment. And I hope y'all will grant me prescriptive authority back. Like I said, not to be able to write it, even though, as you said, I will be able to. But after all of this, I most definitely probably will not. I just thank you for your time here today.
Smith. Ms. May?
Yes, in closing, we're on petition from Ms. Smith requesting that the panel restore her controlled substance prescriptive authority. Ms. Smith signed, acknowledged her agreement in which that she understood that she should not refrain from prescribing for 12 months. And in the event she wanted her prescriptive authority restored her, she must petition the board, and that she must show that she is confident to hold that privilege should the board decide to restore that to her. Ms. Smith carries the burden, and the state asks that the evidence and testimony presented today be evaluated with the burden in mind.
Thank you, Ms. May. Typically, at this time, the board would consider exiting to deliberate on this particular matter. In an effort to remain efficient so we can hopefully get the board members home to their families in a timely fashion, we're going to go ahead and move to the next matter on our docket. Ms. Smith, you may remain on the call. We ask that you just mute your microphone. We will try to get to these other matters and deliberate on them all at one time in hopes that we'll be able to get this done pretty efficiently. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. The next matter before the board panel, license number P 299334. Council.
Yes, thank you. I have been in communication with Ms. Sundry Thomas, license number P 299334. Ms. Thomas and I have entered into an agreed settlement proposal for consideration by this board hearing panel in lieu of a formal disciplinary hearing. If it pleases the board, I would like to now present that to the board for consideration within executive session.
You may proceed. All right, thank you, council. The next matter before the board, license number R 911513. Is the licensee present?
Yes.
All right, please state your name.
Khadidra Jones.
Ms. Jones, do you have any witnesses that will be testifying on your behalf besides yourself?
No.
Counsel, do you have any witnesses that will be testifying in this matter?
The state would ask that Vera Rucker, compliance officer, be sworn.
All right, I'll ask at this time that Ms. Rucker and Ms. Jones be sworn in by the court reporter.
Would you both raise your right hands, please, to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
I do.
Ms. Jones, are you represented by an attorney?
No.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board prior to this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, do we have any other preliminary matters?
At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B10 be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Jones, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
I do.
Which exhibits?
B1 through B10.
On what grounds?
You were speaking with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I have
Say you
a printout of exhibits B1 through B10.
Okay, so are you okay with those exhibits being admitted into the record today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Both parties will have an opportunity to give opening statements in this matter. Again, this is a petition to remove probation. We will hear arguments from both parties. The board panel will have an opportunity to question the witnesses in this matter. We'll note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are in fact open to the public. At this time, Ms. Jones, since this is your petition, you have an opportunity to make an opening statement should you so desire.
Yes. I would just like to petition to have my license open and free of any restrictions. I've been nursing for a while. I've grown as a nurse, and I just like the opportunity to practice freely and without restrictions. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Mutheiger?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones.
Good afternoon.
Is it true that you filed an application for RN licensure with this board in approximately 2018?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and were you initially denied licensure?
Yes, that's true.
And did you, in fact, take up appeal of that denial with this board?
Yes.
And in fact, was there a final order produced following a hearing on your appeal, which can be found today as Exhibit B7?
Yes.
So is it accurate to say in that final order that the board granted you license?
Yes, that's accurate.
And they granted you license subject to certain conditions?
Correct.
And have you complied to the best of your knowledge with all conditions contained in that order?
Yes, I have.
And it is today your petition asking this board that probation be lifted based off of that compliance.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones, you were originally denied license due to a criminal arrest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what were the circumstances involved in that arrest?
I was working for a shoe store, and well, they said I was giving customers coupons and discounts, and they said that I was not selling the product for what it was supposed to be, what the accurate value of the product was. So they ended up saying that I was expunging money from the company, and I got arrested for it.
Okay. And you were arrested on potential felony charges for embezzlement, correct? 2016? Okay. And when you came before this board on appeal for your licensure, did you take accountability for those actions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you in fact discuss the circumstances and acknowledge that your conduct was wrong and express regret for that conduct at that hearing?
Yes, sir.
And can you provide adequate assurances to this board that your conduct henceforward will be that in line with the profession of nursing, of integrity and honesty?
Yes.
And that this conduct will not be repeated?
No, the conduct will not be repeated.
Have you in fact obtained an order of expungement for that arrest?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide that paperwork today?
Yes, Exhibit B9.
And so you can confirm that you never had any criminal conviction as a result of that arrest, nor is there any record of criminal activity regarding that scenario today.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board panel for Ms. Jones? Council, may call your first witness.
Call Vera Rucker. Please state your name for the record. In what capacity are you here today before the board?
Compliance officer.
And are you the compliance officer presently assigned to the matter of Khadidra Jones?
I am.
Now, Ms. Rucker, you were not the compliance officer initially assigned, were you?
No.
And approximately when were you assigned this case?
20th of 2020.
In your capacity as compliance officer assigned to this case, did you review the final order contained in Exhibit B7? Very generally speaking, what were the requirements imposed upon Ms. Jones to comply with?
Were required to give her employer or potential employers a copy of the final order, submit quarterly reports, submit an authorization of release form, maintain a current and active license, notify the board of any change within 5 days, and comply with the order and all the rules and regulations of the board.
So Ms. Rucker, as you were not the initial compliance officer, have you conducted a thorough review both of your time as compliance officer as well as the period prior to you assuming control of this case? Now, what were the results of your review?
Upon my initial review, I found that there were 3 employer status reports that were not in the file. I contacted Ms. Jones' employer by email and informed her that other 3 reports that I was missing, asked her if she could submit those. She did submit those by email.
Okay, so would you then agree, Ms. Rucker, that today, based on your review, your maintenance of Ms. Jones' case, that she is compliant with the board order? Yes. That she has complied with all requirements for a minimum of 12 months?
Correct.
She has completed all employer reports as required by that board order?
Yes.
She has had no negative reports?
Review, she has not.
Thank you, Ms. Rucker. Therefore, based off of your view, is there any reason that you can determine that should prohibit her from being removed from probation?
Based on my review, there should not be any reason.
That you have found?
That I found.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Jones, do you have any questions for Ms. Rucker?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rucker from the board panel? Ms. Jones, if you have a closing statement, you may make it at this time.
Yes, I do. I've learned so much from going through this process, and I'm just ready to expand my career and be the nurse that I know I could be. And thank you for taking time out to hear my case.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Mooseiger.
Yes, thank you. Today, the burden is carried by Ms. Jones to show why her termination of probation is proper before this board. It is up to this board to determine that she is safe to practice. Ms. Jones has, in fact, provided 100% compliance according to a review of the board's file. She has completed employer reports, maintained an active license, and according to the records and the testimony of Ms. Rucker, her compliance officer complied with the board's order. It is the opinion of the state that it is fit and proper for consideration of removal of her probation. Though defer to the board in their decision in making one that is within the best interest of protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Only Victor Alston.
Want to do him now too?
We can. Are we muted? Let's mute, please.
You fixing it.
We're on.
Fantastic. All right, unmute us, please, Shan.
Who are we on? I'm sorry. Who are we on?
Oh, thank you.
Well, hold on one second.
Ms. Bracy?
Hold on one second.
Ms. Bracy, my name is Wesley Mutzeiger. I'm one of the attorneys for the Board of Nursing. I'm just informing you that we're about to proceed with preliminary matters on a couple cases. However, those will not take long, and immediately following those, I believe that you will be on deck for hearing. So I just wanted to give you an update that we are making progress. We just were pushed a little behind this morning from a particularly long hearing. So just wanted to give you an update.
Okay.
Ms. Bracy, hi, we just spoke by phone. I need to let you know that you're going to be emailed an exhibit that was inadvertently left out. So when you see that exhibit, it's going to come from Rochelle Ward, okay?
Okay.
You got all the exhibits, but there'll be one piece of paper that you need to receive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do Holly first. Let's do Holly first.
Yeah, we don't have full.
Be just like, yeah.
We are back on the record. The next matter before the board panel, license number R810711. Mr. Mutzeiger.
Yes, thank you. My name is Wesley Mutzeiger, attorney for the state of Mississippi. I've been in contact with Ms. Holly Fuller, license number 810711. Ms. Fuller and I have entered into an agreed settlement proposal for consideration of disciplinary action in lieu of her formal disciplinary hearing scheduled for today. I would ask that the board take up this matter and consider it in executive session.
Granted. The next matter before the board panel, license number R874847. Are there any preliminary matters on this one, council?
There are, and for that, I would call Floyd Wiley.
Just hit my power button. The testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley,
And in what capacity are you here today?
as the bailiff.
And as bailiff, have you made a determination of whether Victor Austin is present and available for his hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called his name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called his name 5 times with no response. I checked the visitor sign-in sheet. He has not signed in. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. He has not signed in. I checked the computer to see if he has signed in on the virtual login. He has not signed in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiley. One moment, please. Okay, we just duplicated it. Now, Mr. Wiley, I'm going to hand you what has been marked Exhibit B5. Would you please, for the record, identify Exhibit B5?
B5 is the notice of hearing.
And how many notice of hearing are contained in Exhibit B5?
2.
Okay, and what is the latter date on the notice of hearing and complaint?
It's October the 9th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Now, in examining this document, can you confirm that the address on this complaint notice of hearing in fact matches the address contained in Exhibit B2?
Yes, the addresses do match.
And in Exhibit B2, can you confirm that that address listed is the primary address for one Victor Austin?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. I now want to direct you to the back page of the complaint notice of hearing dated October 9, 2020, and ask you to please identify that for the record.
It's a certified piece of mail that was returned to us here at the board.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley, in examining this return piece of mail, can you confirm the address indicated matches the address on the complaint in Exhibit B5 and the address as listed in Exhibit B2?
Yes, all three addresses are the same.
Okay, thank you. And can you further confirm the certified mail number on this envelope matches the certified mail number on the notice of hearing?
Yes, the numbers are the same.
Thank you very much. And for the record, you stated that the piece of mail has been marked returned to sender, unclaimed, unable to forward. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Wiley, I would direct your attention to Exhibit B13, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B13?
It is proof of publication.
And in what newspaper is this proof of publication?
The Northeast Mississippi Daily Journal.
And circulation, it is printed and published in what location?
In the city of Tupelo, Lee County, Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. To whom is this publication directed, and at what time and location is it directing this person to appear?
Victor Austin, here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing on today's date, which is February the 11th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. And lastly, can you confirm that this publication was in fact published for 3 consecutive weeks? And if so, what are those dates?
Yes, and those dates are January the 5th, 2021, January the 12th, 2021, January the 19th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. At this time, the state would move to proceed with this case as all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
You may proceed.
Thank you. The state would move that exhibits B1 through B13 be admitted into evidence.
They are admitted.
Thank you. The state would rest on its pleadings.
Thank you, counsel.
Victor and Cathedral.
They're coming. Shamonda's got them right here. Confirm. I can always have these. Yeah.
R714143. The licensee present.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name.
Melissa Bracy.
Ms. Bracy, do you have any witnesses that will be testifying on your behalf other than yourself?
My husband.
Okay, counsel.
Yes, we have Casey Loper to testify on behalf of the state.
Okay, at this time, I'll ask that the court reporter swear in all testifying witnesses.
And I'm sorry, what was the name of Ms. Bracy's husband? What was the name of the witness?
Donnie, Donny.
Would you all please raise your right hands to be sworn in for your testimony? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Mr. Bracy, I certainly want to thank you for your patience today. We will try to move through this as thoroughly, as efficiently as we can.
Okay.
We will have opening statements. We'll hear arguments from both parties, testimony from the witnesses. We'll also have an opportunity for the board panel to ask questions of the witnesses. We'll remind everyone that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Ms. Bracy, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
Finally, you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board prior to this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, there are two that need to be addressed. First of which, the state at this time would move exhibits B1 through B13 be admitted into the record.
Ms. Bracy, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
And one final thing, Ms. Bracy, did you receive the email that contains the last page of B7?
Just a minute, let me check.
Okay.
Ward.
Is it from Miss Ward?
That's correct.
Okay, yes, I think it is.
Just want to make sure you're understanding that my motion to admit B1 through B13 does contain the last page of B7 that was just emailed to you.
Okay.
It just says, yes, I sent the money order.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that exhibit, Ms. Bracy?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objection to the exhibits B1 through B13 being admitted?
No, sir.
Thank you. They will be admitted.
Secondly, the state is under the understanding, having communicated with Ms. Bracy, that the allegations as contained in the complaint under charge 1 under exhibit B5, that Ms. Bracy will be pleading guilty to some, but not all of those statements there in the complaint.
So I guess we'll flesh that out as we go through.
Yeah, the state would offer that perhaps Ms. Bracy would have to answer with each provision her plea, so that the state could then proceed on the merits as to the violations that Ms. Bracy pleads not guilty.
right, thank you, counsel.
Yes.
Ms. Bracy, if you would please go to exhibit B5. There should be an exhibit in there entitled complaint.
Okay,
Do you have that exhibit, Ms. Bracy?
yes, sir.
Okay, this complaint contains the charges that we're here about today.
Mm-hmm.
What I will do is go through this document and give you an opportunity to plead to each provision.
Okay,
Based on information and belief, I, the undersigned, do hereby charge that the respondent, Melissa Bracy, violated the following. Charge 1, that respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29, 1 subsection F, in that respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Specifically, respondent has failed or refused to comply with her June 16, 2020 final order of the board as follows. Subsection A, respondent has failed or refused to pay the fine of $500 within 30 days of her June 16, 2020 order, final order. How do you plead?
not guilty.
Subsection B, respondent submitted a specimen when selected by Spectrum and tested positive for alcohol on November 30th, 2020 and December 9th, 2020. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Subsection C, respondent has failed and or refused to submit AA/NA calendars for the months of September 2020, October 2020, and November 2020. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Subsection D, respondent has failed and or refused to have submitted a quarterly report by December 15th. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Subsection E, respondent provided a written statement to board staff on or about December 23rd, 2020, reporting her use of alcohol on or about November 28th, 2020, and that she used this remedy, alcohol, a few times for a cough. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Bracy. At this time, counsel, you may proceed.
I would like to call Casey Loper to testify on behalf of the state. Ms. Loper, for the record, state your name. And in what capacity do you serve the Board of Nursing? Okay, and how or what is your
Excuse me,
involvement?
counsel. Ms. Loper, would you please move the microphone down so we can hear you a little better? Thank you.
And tell the board what your involvement is with the matter before them today regarding Melissa Bracy.
I was assigned the case for Melissa Bracy by my supervisor.
Okay, and about what time frame did you inherit this case?
Around or in October, August of 2020.
Okay, and is it your testimony then that you have been Miss Bracy's case manager from August 2020 to present? Okay, and did you have the opportunity to review the exhibits that have been admitted in this matter today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and specifically, have you reviewed and understand the terms of the final order of Ms. Bracy's agreed settlement proposal dated June 16, 2020. Okay, I'm going to hand you what has been admitted into evidence, marked exhibit and actual exhibit B7. I'm going to have to roll to you because I don't have another copy. For identification purposes, can you identify exhibit B7 for the record?
It is a case review compliance report.
Okay, and who is the author of this report?
I am.
Okay, and what was the date of that report?
The date was sent for administrative review on January 13th, 2021.
Okay, and can you tell the panel the findings of this case review compliance report?
It was found that there was no record of payment that was supposed to be paid within 30 days, according to the order. There was positive drug screens, which violated the clause that she was to abstain from addictive substances. That there was a failure to provide information regarding drug use in the order that states that we must be notified with any substance use consumption within 24 hours. They failed to provide NAAA calendars. The initial report does say September, October, November. I have found October's report, so I would just like to say that that was an oversight on my part, and I do have October's report. So I have not received to date September or November's report. The failure to provide a quarterly report. We do not have a quarterly report from the employer for the December 15th due date, and I have not received that to date. And then there was a letter of concern that was sent that the fine was not received, and then regarding the positive drug tests and everything is also noted in there.
All right. So your testimony today is going to enlighten the panel of the deficiencies of Ms. Bracy's failure to comply with the court order. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The last page of B7 in that report, and this is the actual document that was sent to Ms. Bracy here a few minutes before the commencement of her hearing. Can you just, for identification purposes, tell the court reporters they can get that in the record? What is that document?
That is a communication with Ms. Bracy from Ms. Rucker that we did not receive that payment. She then says that she sent a money order for $500.
And what's the date of the last email that's listed here on this document from Ms. Bracy to Ms. Rucker?
August 31st, 2020.
I'm going to hand you now, Ms. Loper, the Spectrum report, E8. And I'm sorry, I've got to roll to you. You cited in your report, did you not, that there was a positive screen on November 30th and December 9, 2020 for alcohol, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to now hand you what's been entered into evidence as Exhibit B8. For identification purposes, what is B8?
B8 is the compliance report from Spectrum.
Okay. And for the summary, can you just explain what this compliance report contains, given the summary numbers here? Can you testify to that, please?
It notes that Melissa Bracy checked in 191 times, that she was selected for drug tests 11 times, that there was 2 positive tests, 1 that was rejected and 1 value was out of range.
And how many negatives?
There were leaving 7 negatives of the 11.
I'm going to now hand you page 12 of 28 that's within B8, drug test results. And the selection date is 11/30. Can you explain the test results to the panel regarding the 11/30/2020 drug screen that Ms. Bracy submitted to?
Ms. Bracy was selected for a random drug test on November 30th of 2020, which she did go and do, and it was a urine test. We got the results of that test back on December 8th, 2020, and they were positive for alcohol.
And after that time, Ms. Loper, were there any notes related to this drug test?
So when I received the positive drug test result, I submitted for an MRO or medical review, which was completed by Dr. Barry Lubin, who made notes related to the test that said that he attempted to contact Ms. Bracy and she did not respond. He then decided that to order a PEth test. So he decided to order a blood test to find out if the test results were in fact accurate. Ms. Bracy did return his call and according to his note, denied drinking. And then on the 15th, there was a PEth test result ended up being positive.
Okay. And I'd like the record to reflect that Ms. Loper is referring to page 14 of 28 in the Spectrum report as it relates to Dr. Barry Lubin's statement and order regarding the PEth test. Ms. Loper, I'm now going to hand you another drug test result detail from the Spectrum system, and it's page 10 of 28. Can you tell the panel what date that I've handed you there that shows a drug screen relating to Ms. Bracy?
The date is December 9th, 2020.
Right. And what are the results for?
The
What do the results reflect? Pardon me.
The results reflect a positive result for the PEth test for the blood test.
Did you have any communication with Ms. Bracy regarding the positive screens?
I spoke with Ms. Bracy on December the 9th, which was the day she was selected for the PEth test. She reported to me during that phone call that she had drank some alcohol the night before to remedy a cough. I asked her about the positive drug screen that prompted the PEth test, and she said that she had not consumed alcohol prior to that.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you, Ms. Loper, what's been marked and entered into evidence Exhibit B9. After that conversation with Ms. Loper, with Ms. Bracy, did you receive a written statement from Ms. Bracy?
I did receive a written statement from Ms. Bracy.
Okay. And is that reflected in Exhibit B9?
It is.
Can you tell the board panel the date of that statement?
The date of the statement is December 23rd, 2020.
And specifically, Ms. Loper, the content of this statement, can you find where in this statement where Ms. Bracy admits to drinking alcohol?
Ms. Bracy admits to drinking alcohol. It says that she had used a remedy a few times referring to alcohol. I don't remember the exact dates, but I believe it was 11/28. And as I reported to you, 12/9 around 2:00 a.m.
So to date, Ms. Loper, your understanding of what Ms. Bracy was to do with regard to her agreement was to comply with 60 months of probation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to date, you have not received the payment or receipt of payment of $500 fine.
Correct.
And have you conducted a due diligence search to make sure that that payment has been received in the board office?
I have.
Okay. And can you tell the panel what you did?
I reviewed her file. I've checked my box several times to make sure that no documents have been added to it. And it was looked at by one of the other people who does receipts of payment, and it was determined that we had not received a payment.
And in fact, the last page of the B7 also reflects communication with Ms. Rucker, who requested that Ms. Bracy submit payment, but to date, you've received none.
To date, I have not received receipt of payment or a payment.
Okay. The calendars for Ms. Bracy that she was ordered to provide, you conducted a due diligence search on those as well. Is that correct? And you were able to uncover October 2020, but it is your testimony that September 2020 and November 2020 are not in the file. Is that correct? And again, you did conduct a due diligence search to make sure that those calendars have not been misplaced, misfiled, or in some other box of another employee here at the board?
Yes, ma'am. So when I looked at it, that's how I did come across the October 2020 report, but that was the only meeting calendar that I was able to locate.
Okay. And when you inherited the file in August of 2020, Ms. Bracy had recently signed June of 2020. Is that correct? Okay. And at that time, she, after signing, her first report should have been due on or about September, give or take.
Her employer report?
Yes, her employer, I'm sorry, her employer report. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the quarterly report would have been due December 15th, correct? Excuse me, September 15th.
There was a report due and received September 15th from the employer, but not December 15th.
So you are able to confirm the September report, but not the December.
Correct.
Okay. A due diligence search and inquiry was made to confirm that that report is not in her file. Is that correct? Okay. At this time, I tender the witness.
Right, Ms. Bracy, do you have any questions for Ms. Loper?
No.
All right, any questions for Ms. Loper from the board panel? All right, no questions.
The state would rest at this point.
Right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Bracy,
Yes, sir.
you may proceed with your argument today.
Okay, when I first signed and met with my compliance officer then, we went over everything, one day, and she had told me that, if I needed any help or if I had questions to email or call, and that, there was a lot of information. She understood that, and I would, probably need to call her. I was taking notes and stuff, so I wrote down, I probably did it by mistake, but I wrote down that, the payment could be checked. So for the $500, I sent a personal check for the $500 and within the time limit. And I got a letter from the board with the check in it stating that that was not the correct payment, method of payment. So I called Ms. Rucker that day. I went to the post office right then and bought a money order and overnighted it to the board. And it was a money order for $500. Now, because it was, because it was sent back to me, the check was without the 30-day period, but I had sent it. And my husband has a picture of him mailing the actual money order. The calendars, I have not missed mailing a calendar. And actually my husband drops them off at the post office because we live so far out in the country, that's what we do. We drop them off in town. And my DON does my quarterly reports. She and I sat down in December and we did the report, and it would have been mailed from McGee post office. Everything has been mailed. I'm not denying the alcohol. That was a mistake and I regret it, of course. It was stupid. I'm not trying to make excuses, but as far as mailing these forms, I have mailed them. And certainly the $500 after not working all that time was pretty hard to scrape up and send, but I sent it.
Ms. Bracy, did you have any questions you wanted to ask your husband, Mr. Bracy?
I would certainly like to have an opportunity to say a few words, if I may.
Typically, we do this in the form of questions, Mr. Bracy, but I'll allow it. You may proceed.
Well, as the husband of a woman who does have admittedly had problems with drugs in the past, I have as much invested in her well-being as anybody. And so I'm always saying, okay, it's the 5th of the month. Have you got your reports ready? Or it's the 7th. Have you got your reports? And I do drop those off in the mail for her because I come to town every single day. We live about 25 miles out. So I come to town every day. But I am convinced and have said it the whole time that this program is that the Mississippi State Board of Nursing has is very valuable, because I see how many people out there that do not have a board to kind of hold them accountable fall off the wagon constantly. So, I believe that this program is very valid and important. But I do have, just looked it up on my phone, a picture of me standing outside the post office with an envelope addressed to the Mississippi State Board in July, which did include the money order. I know you can't see what's in it, but I'm just saying that I was standing outside with a letter addressed to the Mississippi State Board of Nursing at the same time that you said that you couldn't accept a check.
Mr. Bracy, where is Kokomo?
Kokomo is about 25 miles to the west of Columbia.
Okay, so when you say you went to town to mail it, where did you go?
Well, I drive right by the post office in Foxworth, Mississippi on my way.
Okay, was that sent by regular mail, certified mail, or do you remember?
It appears that it's just an envelope addressed to y'all, so I must have just dropped it in the mail. But that's the same thing I have done with everything that she has done. She completes it. She's got the stamp. She puts it on there and gives it to me, and I drop it off on my way to work.
Anything else you'd like to share with the board, Mr. Bracy?
Yeah, there is. The last thing, I'm not certainly not accusing anything, but I submit that during a lot of this time, the State Board of Nursing was working from home, and made it a little bit harder for us to communicate, because mail went to the main address. I'm not saying that anything's missing. I'm just saying that all we can submit to you is that our word that we did it. We have no reason not to. She is, was complying with everything that was asked of her, and I was under the impression that she was doing everything that she had to do. But I appreciate you for listening to me.
Yes, sir. Miss Bracy, did you have any questions for Mr. Bracy?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, since you both have given us testimony today, the counsel for the Board of Nursing will have an opportunity to ask you some questions, and you may have some questions that will come from the board panel. So I'll allow counsel for the Board of Nursing to ask you questions at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Bracy, I have just a few for you. Did you obtain the money order for $500 that you testified to?
Believe you did, Melissa. Mm-hmm. Melissa did.
Okay, then I'll reserve my further questions for her. Thank you. Ms. Bracy, did you obtain the money order for the $500?
Yes.
Okay. And so you would have a receipt or tracking number as a result of purchasing that money order. Do you have that tracking number?
I think it's locked up I think we've got it in the lockbox.
I feel certain that we do.
It might take a minute to find it.
And the reason I'm asking that is, do you agree with me that you received notice of hearing for today and the charges in the complaint that you are here before the board today? Do you agree that you've received that?
Yes.
Okay, well, the first page of B5 states that you have the right pursuant to rules of procedure, part 2825 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Rule 1.7, to produce evidence on your behalf 10 days prior to the hearing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and so I asked that because if indeed you had pictures or a tracking number of what you claim that you purchased, we would have had that information as part of your case today.
Okay.
Okay, and so again, I'll move on, but I understand your testimony that you purchased a money order, that you received a tracking number, and it's locked up in a safe in your home. Is that my understanding?
That's where we believe it is.
Okay, and so was there any thought for you to utilize that tracking number to make sure that that order was cashed or was received by the Board of Nursing?
No, I really didn't think about it.
Well,
okay.
Because we didn't say that they didn't receive it. We just thought that was
Well, yeah,
in time.
that's what it was. We did discuss it, and to us, it read like, not like it was never received, but like it was not received within the time period. And we knew that it was late because of the check coming back and then us sending that back.
Okay.
The way we've
I'll
added.
move on.
Okay.
Well, finish your statement if you want, but I'm moving on to the next question if you don't have anything with regard to that last question.
Well, it just looked like we had failed to send it within the time period, not that it had never been received. And actually, I had an email from Ms. Rucker. I want to say it was like something like 70 days after I sent it, asking if we ever sent it. And I emailed back that, yes, I had sent a money order. I went into, all that again. So.
Right. That was the last page of B7, to which Ms. Loper, correct, testified that given that the money order was not, the money order was nowhere to be found in record copy, maintained in any type of account with the Board of Nursing. But I will move on. Let's go to B6. This is the final order and agreement that you had with the Board of Nursing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you have that ready.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay.
Okay.
I think I.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so would you agree with me that B6 is the final order that was approved on June 16, 2020 for you to practice with 60 months probation as a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the second page of B6, Ms. Bracy, you entered into this agreement acknowledging that you had relapsed starting in January of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you admitted that at that time that you were diverting Dilaudid and morphine for personal use. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so now we are here before the panel and that you have admitted, pled guilty to the provision that you have 2 positive alcohol tests. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how in the world can the board not believe that you are unsafe?
I'm not trying to make any excuses. The alcohol thing was stupid. I know that. I have not had any problems at work. I have not, I've not touched anything since. I'm not going to. I have no desire to. I do a good job when I'm, at work. I've not, there's been no incidents, no problems, anything. I take good care of my patients, and there's not been a problem.
So when's the last time you drank alcohol?
It was the morning that I talked to Miss Loper.
What day was that?
That was whatever day that the PETH was at 2 a.m., around 2 a.m. I think that was
December 9th?
the 9th, yes.
Okay. And so then what is your sobriety date?
Well, it would have to back up to then, I guess. I didn't do it to get drunk or anything like that. I didn't get altered, but I did use, so.
Okay. And in your, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In your agreement in B6, would you agree with me that on page 6 of 10, paragraph 9,
What section is that?
just let me know when you have it.
Which exhibit is that in?
It's the same one we're looking at now under the final order. It's B6, and it's going to be page 6 of 10 behind B6.
Almost there. Okay, there you go. Back.
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree with me, Ms. Bracy, that paragraph 9 orders that you abstain from all mood altering, controlled, and addictive substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that in this paragraph, it says that it impairs your ability to practice nursing safely and effectively?
Yes.
Okay. And you do not shy away from the fact that you drank alcohol?
That's true.
And in fact, in Exhibit B9, you wrote a statement to Ms. Loper and stated that it was a remedy that you used for cough?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And again, Ms. Bracy, you believe that you should still have the opportunity to maintain a probationary license after having 2 alcohol screens from when you had relapsed by stealing drugs from your last place of employment, February of 2020?
Well, do I deserve to? I'm hoping to redeem myself. I'm working really hard and doing the things I need to do. And I'm not denying that I messed up. I'm not denying that I made a mistake. I'm working to rebuild everything,
In your final order, labeled B6, on the 3rd page, it said that you had completed primary care residential substance abuse treatment at Harbor House on May 4, 2020.
Yes.
in compliance with board-approved recommendations, right?
Right.
Okay. If the board asks you to go and obtain another assessment to prove your safety practice, would you do so?
I'd be glad to.
Okay. If the board decides that you shouldn't have a license, but perhaps make recommendations so that you could return to nursing, would you agree to do any and all recommendations they may offer to you?
Yes.
Do you think you're safe to practice as a nurse?
Yes.
And what evidence today do you have before the panel to show that you are fit and competent and sober to continue to practice as a nurse?
Well, the fact that I have not touched anything. I actually have a drug screen due today, and I've not gone yet because I didn't know it was going to be so late. So as soon as we get done, I was going to go and do that. I would be happy to, if they wanted to add time to the end of, to add more time, more drug screens, whatever is required, I'd be glad to do it to show that, I am safe.
Where are you currently employed, Ms. Bracy?
McGee General Hospital.
And what are your duties there?
I'm a floor nurse at night.
How many hours do you work?
I work, well, it's 80 hours, 88. It's 80, I think. I don't work any overtime. That was one thing, I told them when I first started, my DON is really supportive. We talk often about how things are going, that kind of thing. She always wants to make sure I'm not stressed out on the floor. We do have a lot of COVID patients, and it can be, for a small hospital, it's very busy.
Does your employer know that you're here before the panel today?
I have not told her yet. I was going to wait and see what happens, honestly.
Did you work any time of November, your first alcohol screen? I believe it was 28th through the December 9, 2020. Did you work at all during that time?
Yes, I was never told not to work.
And Ms. Bracy, again, going back to that final order, it states here that you had attended approximately 37 meetings from AA meetings from May 4 to June 14, 2020. Is it your testimony that you are currently continuing with AA&A?
Yes.
Where do you go?
I'm sorry, what now?
Where do you go?
I couldn't hear.
Where do you attend?
I go to Columbia, and there's some in Summit. There's one in Bogalusa. I just kind of go wherever I can,
Okay. And so your testimony is that you attended meetings in September 2020 and November 2020?
Yes.
Right. This time the board has no further questions.
Any questions for Ms. Bracy on the board panel?
Ms. Bracy, I think Ms. Thompson may have clarified this, but I want to make sure I understand. Do you get the results of the screens, the drug screens?
Do I what now?
Get the results of, like, when you screen for alcohol, did you get the results of those relatively quickly?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was not like immediately. I really don't remember how long it took. Just to be honest, I don't remember.
But if I understand, you continued to work, so even having drank whiskey, I believe is what the record says, you went to work.
Yes, because I mean, it didn't involve drugs or anything. I know it's alcohol, but it didn't involve drug. I was never told not to go to work.
Right, well, just so you are clear, I mean, your mind would be altered while you were practicing.
I never
Under the
drank.
influence of alcohol.
Yeah, I never drank before going to work, never.
Okay, so you did not work within 72 hours of those 2 dates that you did test positive for alcohol.
I would have to look and see, but I don't believe I did.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Bracy from the board panel? Any questions for Mr. Bracy from the board panel? All right. Ms. Bracy,
Yes, sir.
if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
You weren't ordered to go. You went on it before.
The main thing that I would like to say is that when and I take full responsibility for everything I did. When this all started was about the time that everybody was going into quarantine and everything was shutting down. And I had started to try to contact the board to see what I needed to do. I decided on my own. I was not told to go to rehab, but I knew I needed it. And I, voluntarily went on my own and paid so that I could do rehab and everything. And I came out and started doing the meetings online because you couldn't go anywhere. I have tried, and I know the alcohol thing, that was a slip, of course. I mean, that was a big mistake and I regret it. I am trying and I'm working hard, and just the main thing is that I've been able to repair a lot of relationships with my kids and my husband, and I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize that. And I love nursing. When I'm there, my patients have my full attention, and I work really hard for them. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bracy. Council.
In closing, it should be clear and convincing based on evidence, testimony, and by Ms. Bracy entering a plea of guilt that she did violate an order of the board that she signed that was ratified June 16, 2020. The provisions that are clear and convincing are that she tested positive not once, but twice for alcohol. One, November 30, 2020, and the second test was 12/9/2020. What's more concerning is that Ms. Bracy writes a statement to which Ms. Loper testified to, and to which Ms. Bracy did not deny, that she drank because it was a cough remedy. Ms. Loper also testified to a note that's located in the Spectrum System report that's offered into the board, that was entered into evidence, that the only explanation for these positive alcohol screens was the ingestion of a significant amount of alcohol. Ms. Bracy testified that her sobriety date is now December 9, 2020. She also offers no evidence that she is safe, fit, and competent to practice. In fact, she testified that she more than likely did work during or on around that time where she tested positive. As to the other provisions, the state provided testimony as to The fine as to the AANA calendars, which Ms. Loper provided today that she did receive October 2020, and the failure to locate or have submitted the December 15th quarterly report. We'll leave that to the panel's discretion as to how you evaluate that, as it comes down to credibility. What the state does know is that Ms. Racy's credibility is of question today, and that the evidence and testimony before this panel suggests a violation and a very unfit, unsafe nurse that should continue to practice. Thank you.
Council. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination regarding the necessity for executive session regarding several matters. Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to enter executive session regarding several matters before the board panel today. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session for deliberation. Ms. Bracy, we certainly do appreciate your and your husband's attendance here today. We're now going to deliberate on looks like 7 different matters. It may take some time for us to do that. You are welcome to remain on the line. We will return, however, with decisions on several of these different matters.
Thank you so much.
the building. Do we have to have the lawyer in here? Or are they gone? Somebody's coming. They're unmuted.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. So thoughtful as always.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are back on. We'll entertain a motion for the panel to re-enter regular session. It's been moved and properly seconded that we return to regular session. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is back in regular session. Following deliberation on the following matters, the board panel renders the following. License number R 874-847. That license is revoked. License number R 71143. Revoked with drug-related recommendation. To include submission of documentation, other pertinent documents, psychological, psychiatric evaluation. Licensee may apply for restoration 1 year after the date the executive director signs the order. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. Seven, 714-143. Ms. Bracy, are you on?
Yes.
Barring any questions regarding the order, we thank you for your appearance and you are excused. Again, a copy of the order will be forwarded to you via mail.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that. Could you repeat that?
Certainly. License number R 714-143. License is revoked with drug-related recommendations to include notification of changes, present and future employer notification, chemical evaluation, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, submission of documentation. The licensee may apply for restoration following 1 year from the date the executive director signs off on the order. Again, a copy of the order will be forwarded to you via mail.
Okay.
Barring any questions, Ms. Bracy, you are excused. License number R 911513. License is reinstated. No stipulation. License number R 855649. The license is reinstated. No stipulation. Anything else today, council?
Yes, was there a decision by the board hearing panel on the agreed settlement proposal offered in the matter of Holly Fuller? Surrender. The agreed settlement proposal that was offered was a voluntary surrender of licensure.
To clarify, license number R 855-649, that was reinstatement of controlled substance restricted authority, correct?
Loretta Smith.
Yeah, she's the-
That is correct. My apologies.
So what was the decision for Loretta Smith?
Reinstated restrictive authority.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jones, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still on the line.
Okay. Did you have any questions regarding the decision of the board hearing panel today?
No, I don't have any questions. What you actually I do. Is there a specific date that this will take effect?
There will be a written order produced by the Attorney General's office, at which time it will be entered when executed by the executive director of the agency. And so you'll receive a copy of that in the mail. And the date that it is entered by the executive director is the date it will become effective.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
In the matter regarding license number R 810711. Voluntary surrender. The board panel has accepted the voluntary surrender.
Thank you.
Anything further, council?
I might have missed it. Did you pull the result for R 85414?
That's on the comments.
Who's that?
Was you already earlier? I did
We
her
did that one. Did we do that one earlier?
Sorry, I didn't mind you down, so I might have
Okay.
that earlier. That was at 1.
Yeah, I can't even.
Sandy Thomas ASP.
Ma'am.
It's on hold. I think that will conclude the business for the Board of Nursing today. We thank you all for attending. Have a good night.